Wow. Hello. Holy moly. We're so fucking late. I got tied up in some things and then my pizza got fucking cold and it's been a day. I am so mentally exhausted. I have been somewhere. I don't know. Hello, hello. Heckin' Lynn's here, but she's currently checking in on her headphones. I I haven't eaten since like noon, so I'm trying to stuff my face as quickly as I can. Like, and it's been a hot moment. Mm. How are we doing today? Mm-hmm. So, this is hopefully. Oh wait, Bernard's not speaking. Hold on. There we go.
How's it going?
There we go. We're doing all right. It's been a bit of a taxing day mentally. So chill vibe stream. I'm kind of down for it.
I like Frozen 8 Peak.
Hi, Din Din. How we doing, hun bun? Mm. Chicken.
Mwah.
Mwah. Mm. Num num. Yeah, right now my head's kind of
Getting
a
ready
little.
for bedtime.
Yeah, no worries. Right now my head's like all over the place, and I'm so hungry. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, heck, and last time on Xenosaga, while we're waiting for Lynn to get our headsets charged a good extent. Last time, we met Shion, the director of, I think, the third branch of Vector, in charge of development of Cosmos, who's supposed to be an anti-Gnosis weapon. The Gnosis attacked the ship, the civilian ship that she is in, with her division, and her subordinate Alan. They get attacked by the Gnosis. People die. Eventually, they escape on an escape pod because Cosmos wakes up, and eventually, while they're drifting in space, Cosmos
People
finds
die when they know sis.
yeah, heckin' while there's also the commander, can't remember his name at the moment, but heckin' and then Commander Shion and Alan are drifting in space on an escape pod while Cosmos finds a ship and is like, take me to Second Miltia. Shion, who essentially built and is one of the only people that can maintain Cosmos, says, no, you ain't, girly. You're taking me with you. We meet the people on the Elsa, who are the ship that freaking Cosmos found. They're run by fucking Captain. And they've got a specific member named Chaos, all lowercase, who for some reason can just blink Gnosis away. We don't ask about this. I don't know why. We just chose not to ask any questions. Then we shift focus to Momo and heckin' Ziggurat, shortened to Ziggy. Ziggy is an android, is a cyborg man, which is different than an android or a Realian, which are just pretty much clone soldiers. And Ziggy is sent on a mission to retrieve something called the Realian Type 1000 series, I think. Which are, again, you're looking at your clone soldiers or just clones. But this one is a little girl, and she is a recent also a bit of a weapon that is anti-gnosis. He is told to retrieve her. They find each other. They become good friends. They escape on they escape on a ship and are going off doing that. Then we shift the focus to a twerp called fucking Junior with guns who likes cowboy movies. And the ship that he's in charge of, the Durandal. And I'm trying to remember what we do during his chapter of the game. We find a ship, we fucking do some shit on that ship, and eventually all our funny gaggle of characters all come together, and suddenly there was a huge, big Gnosis attack. And it turns out it's because there's like a huge planet-sized Gnosis. We all get sucked in. That's where we left off. There sure was a lot of proper nouns in between all of that. That's okay. You don't gotta worry about none of that. It'll matter again later, where it will then be re-explained to you.
Also, we realized that one army dude ate and is addicted to the clone people brains.
Yeah, so people are also racist cannibals. I don't know if Lynn's here yet.
Which completely flew over my head during the playthrough.
Yeah. We have a soldier dude who killed and ate fucking clone soldier brains, and that's how he learned about the failsafe that they all have. And, okay.
Hey Squeaky, would you be willing to share your traumatic Tangled story? Genuinely curious.
Where did y'all hear about this? Who sent you? Who sent you?
Someone spilled the beans.
Who fucking dares?
It's in Chris sent me.
Oh, okay.
My god.
Hold on. Hold on. That's right, I didn't tell the story on Wits and Crits. I just fucking mentioned it. And then I told Scylla after. It wasn't recorded.
Oh hey, it's Sober Clean Squeaks.
Hi, Runaway. I'm just stuffing my face with pizza, and then we're gonna explain why Tangle traumatized me. Okay. Show. Alright.
I know how to dance tango. Please do tell.
Oh, not Tango. The movie Tangled. Not Tango. Tangled. The movie. The Disney movie. So.
Oh.
Here is why I will probably never watch Tangled, because it's very clear that the powers that be don't want me to. So, a long time ago, when I still lived with my family, we had 2 rented rooms downstairs that also housed 2 girls. They have access to our internet. This was also around the time when I was still
The
with
powers
Logan.
that be.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna actually turn off Bernard so that it doesn't interrupt me and make me lose my train of thought. So, while I'm still with Logan, at some point we talked about watching Tangled. We had a bit of a period where we were watching Disney movies, and he was like, "Tangled's good. Let's watch Tangled." The thing is, there was nowhere online, like a site that you can just watch it on your browser at the time. So, we found a torrent for it. So, we tried to torrent the movie. Now, one day, funny enough, we never got to watch this movie though. We never got to it. One day, my father comes into my room with a notice from our internet service provider saying that they have been pinged of content piracy, and it had the name of like what they were pinged, and it was for the movie Tangled. Pretty much the notice said, "Hey, someone using your internet, someone under your internet account, or in terms of someone in your Wi-Fi network, is pirating Tangled. Tell them to stop. If we have to notify you multiple times, we will fine you and cut your internet." He shows me this thing. I say, "Oh shit." I delete the downloaded file of Tangled. I delete the torrent file. I delete the file itself. I go into my recycling bin, and again, I just make sure to delete the movie. The .avi, whatever the .video file was. Notice that at the time I forgot to delete the .torrent, because whatever. I was like, oh shit, it picks up that I've got the movie in some way, shape, or form. I delete the movie. Proceed with my life. Sometime later, again, another notice comes in. And my father says, "Who's pirating Tangled?" Because it says it's the same notice. "Who's pirating Tangled?" I'm like, "Not me, I don't have it." That's when it occurs to me, I didn't delete the .torrent. So I deleted the .torrent. But also, I went to the 2 girls in the rented rooms. One of them was my big sis, and the other one was a friend of mine called Grace. I go to both of them. I double check to make sure they haven't been pirating it, because again, I don't know how recent Tangled had come out, but you never know. I know that they both like to watch movies sometimes, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that maybe at some point they were going to watch Tangled, because this was several months later. I go to both of them. I double check. My big sis says she only watches the occasional movie, wrestling, and porn. She's very blunt with me. I was like, "Awesome, have a wonderful day." I go to Grace, and she's like, "I watch the occasional movie here and there, but I mostly watch K-dramas." Which I was like, "Awesome, have a wonderful day." I proceed with my life. Several months later, another fucking letter comes in. Someone's pirating fucking Tangled. And at this time, my dad's yelling at me. My dad's like, "Who the fuck is taking this? Why is it the same movie? Who the fuck is watching it? We're gonna get our internet cut out. This is the 3rd time they sent us a notice. What's going on?" To which I was like, "Dad, I don't know. Dad, I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe someone's broken into our Wi-Fi or some shit, but I don't have it. The other girls, they tell me they don't have it. I showed my dad my computer files where I kept my videos and my downloads. I didn't have it. And then my dad's like, okay, maybe someone is somehow found a way into our Wi-Fi. We're gonna up the security. We're gonna change the login and the password. And he was like, now go to the other two girls and ask them to show you their computers, or they don't get the Wi-Fi password. Now, was my mom not suspected? My mom can't even turn on a computer, and my older brother didn't live at the house yet. So the only people that were normally on the internet were me, those two girls, and my dad doesn't watch Disney movies. He watches fucking documentaries and reads articles and goes on Facebook to talk to my family in Peru. It wasn't him. So we changed the internet. I talked to the other girls and I said, hey girls. Well, first I go to my big sis and I'm like, hey big sis, I know you told me that you only watch these specific things. I'm not going to ask you to let me look through your computer, but I need you to at least go through your recycle bin, because again, after the first notice, by the second notice, I learned the ISP can pick up not just if you have the file, but if you have a torrent to the file. So I was like, hey girl, hey big sis, I know you said you have these specific things, but you can look through it and you don't have to show me anything because I don't want to freaking violate your privacy like my dad wants me to. Just please assure me that it's not in your videos, in your downloads, in your recycle bin. You have nothing correlating to Tangled in any fucking way. My big sis was like, you can do it yourself. And she let me look through her stuff. Nothing there. Clear. I go to Grace, who more values her privacy and again, don't want to disrespect people's privacy. I also give my big sis the new Wi-Fi password. I go to Grace and I say, hey, just want to make sure no one's watching this fucking movie. I don't have to see your recycle bin. I don't have to see any of your files or folders. But can you please just look through it? Have you done anything with Tangled or any Disney movie in the last anything? And she was like, I think I have when I was with a friend. Let me look through my computer. So again, this is from the span of months. So she looks through her computer. And I don't know if she had torrented it. I can't quite remember. But in her recycle bin was the file for Tangled. I don't know if she torrented it. I don't know if she direct down. I don't know. But she had Tangled in her recycle bin. And I told her, please delete it. And it stopped. I got yelled at twice by my dad. The third time, again, because what the fuck is happening? The second time, because he was like, he thought it was me. But yeah. So even whether it's having the actual file or a torrent to the file, for some reason, our ISP was able to pick up that somebody had this shit. Somebody had this shit on their computer. Whether it be your download, it doesn't matter what folder it's in. Even your recycle bin wasn't safe. ISPs somehow through your Wi-Fi go through your computer. And this was back in like 2013, between 2013 and 2015. Somewhere in that general range. And I was just kind of like, I don't want to watch Frozen. Not Frozen. I don't want to watch Tangled. I don't want to get near this movie. That was it. That was literally it. Damn, definitely can understand the trauma. Shame 2 Tangled's one of my... Maybe one day I'll actually watch Tangled. Maybe if, like, it's on YouTube and you can, like, buy it or rent it. Maybe. But I'm essentially pretty much... I am never in any way, shape, or form on my own computer, in my own web browser, ever going to try to illegally watch Tangled. Because it was crazy. So no, I will never at any point ever illegally watch Tangled. Nor should you, to be fair. But at that time, you know, that. Yeah, never was an issue afterwards. And again, the reason the other girls, like, and me at the time, it was like, again, I was like, we were mostly like downloading or like torrenting anime or other stuff like that. Disney movies specifically, in some way, shape, or form, no matter what you named the file, or I have no idea if changing the file name would have done a difference. I didn't try that. But I don't know. I don't know if it scans the files or what or how. Maybe it just goes by the name, or maybe it actually scans the files. I have no idea. But it never cared about any other thing but that one Disney movie. It didn't do it for Aladdin, though. Because I remember around the time this started, I know we downloaded Aladdin. I didn't ping Aladdin. Probably because I direct downloaded it, and then when we were done, I deleted it and it was gone, but I don't know. Tangle just stayed on my computer for longer than it needed to, and then we never watched it, so I said, fuck it, and it was gone. Or fuck it, and it was gone after the first time my dad yelled at me. So... So yeah. Turn Bernard back on. Anywho.
Disney cracked down very hard on their animated films around Brave, I think.
Probably. I don't know. I ain't doing it, though. Just to make sure, Lynn, are you there? Because I know you're in the call with me, but are you there?
Yes, you're just deafened, so I have to use chat.
Oh, shit. I forgot. My bad. That makes so much sense.
Hello, love.
I forgot. My brain has been so, like, wound up. I completely forgot. I forgot to undeafen myself when I switched to... When I switched out of the starting soon screen.
Disney out here only caring for the more recent titles than the older ones like Aladdin.
I was literally sitting here like, wow, Lynn's not even saying anything because probably doesn't want to, like, interrupt me or anything. No, it's just literally
I was sitting
different.
here going, wow, she's taking a long time to start. Came over to stream and lo, you were just yapping.
I was literally just being like, maybe it's because you can't hear, or maybe you're just letting me yap so that not to, like, cut me off and stuff. I'm so sorry. My brain has been so wrapped up and rattled today.
All good.
Again. But yeah. I will probably never watch Tangled. Maybe one day.
It's a solid movie.
I heard it's a good movie, but I'm just too scared.
I should have noticed you are mute deafened since I can see that chat.
Not life-changing or anything, but it's good.
I just never want to go on a website to watch it like in any way that isn't legal, because I just don't want to risk it.
Entirely fair.
So Xenosaga. I've already summed it up. I've already gave you guys my story. I have finished my pizza. Let's go back to where we left off.
Thank you for sharing.
Of course.
I'm just eating fish and chips and hoping I don't get severe abdominal pain for it.
Yeah, I say be very careful with that. That's a very greasy thing to start with after you just finished your medication and stuff. All right. Let's start off where we left off. Getting sucked into a Gnosis planet thing.
Hooray.
Where am I? You're all...
I'm glad we're all okay.
Chaos. Where are we?
I'm not sure. I remember we were all engulfed by this light, and then...
Wait a second.
Oh shit. Sasa with a raid of 2. Hello, and welcome. Thank you for the raid.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
hello
sure.
there.
We're inside a Gnosis.
Inside a Gnosis? Huh?
Cathedral ship yo.
We are located at the approximate center of a giant Gnosis. This Gnosis is nearly 16,000 kilometers in diameter. To date, the only Gnosis of this size on record is the one named Cathedral Ship.
Does that mean we were eaten?
That may not be far from the truth.
I don't sense any activity from the Gnosis outside. It's almost as if they're sleeping. Hey, what about the Elsa? Where's the captain and everyone else?
Hopefully they too are alive, and in here somewhere.
What is it, Cosmos?
My sensors have picked up a signal.
A signal? Is it the Elsa?
Yes, and something else near it. Although it is faint, I am picking up a waveform similar to the Zohar that was taken from the Woglinde.
The Zohar? You mean that gold-colored object that was in the hangar? That thing's here?
How far is the Elsa from here?
Approximately 10 kilometers from our current position.
Not too far.
Stay here or find the Elsa. I'm worried about Alan and the others.
Looks like we have no choice.
You are?
This can't be real. Am I dreaming?
I know she's a bot, but they could have put a bit more life in those eyes.
Not possible.
Nope.
Ariadne vanished when the Zohar went out of control.
Man, Alan would be floored to find out you spared a single thought to him.
Nah.
Oh hey, that was Marion kind. Neat.
It can't be.
I'm officially out of wine. I made another like cocktail of syrup and rosé and bubbly. Hi, Nightshade.
Hello.
Hello.
Warning alert in Section D. Distorted wave patterns detected in the quarantine hangar.
Sector D? Is it the Zohar?
Raising a trapped inhibitor output in all Sector D compartments.
UMN traffic detected across EPR radar. Something's beaming resonant waves through hyperspace.
Oh yeah, Junior. We didn't meet up with Junior yet.
Searching for signal source.
Sector D? Is it the literal only thing we keep there?
Prepare to gate jump.
Heh.
Mary, alert the Foundation. We're gonna follow it.
Roger.
So this is a cathedral ship. It does feel like we're inside a ship, but it certainly doesn't look like anything that belongs to the Federation.
Could it be an alien ship?
I wonder. Look, over there.
What is it? A sign or something?
Hey, it's written in English.
But this is odd. It doesn't look like it's stuck on the wall. Doesn't it look more like a part of the wall itself?
Each sector only has one thing and they hope no one finds it by sheer accident.
Yeah.
How could that be?
Take a look around. That's not the only one. There's a lot of other stuff here too.
Why?
Are we really?
But why
inside
though?
a Gnosis?
But why?
Hurry! He'll be gone soon.
Huh?
What, did you find something?
Huh? No, it's nothing.
At some point we are all that fish.
What does she have to do with this place?
A sign that is a self-referential inquiry as to the purpose of its own existence.
At this time, the defendant's origins are unknown. That information was lost in the chaos of war, perhaps deliberately, I might add. It could be said that the circumstances surrounding the defendant actually qualify him as a victim of the life recycling law. Therefore, is it right for him to be the first victim of a capital punishment system that had been abandoned for thousands of years? It's true that the defendant must pay for his crimes. But with all the progress we've made in science and the study of the human psyche, surely there must be alternative means by which he can repay society? Please, I ask you to make a merciful and wise decision.
Yeah, but firing squad sounds like so much fun, though.
Sentences the defendant, Andrew Cherenkov, to undergo level 7 personality reconditioning.
With this ruling, the current you will cease to exist. But it also marks the birth of a brand new world for you. Let us celebrate, shall we?
You better just fucking kill me.
Nope, they're gonna rewrite his personality.
That is... I don't know if that's a fate worse than death, but it sounds pretty close.
Why can't we have a child of our own?
Oh, stop it. What could you want to leave behind? Don't tell me you want that abnormal DNA of yours to live on. Nanotechnology is hardly perfect, you know. It still can't correct mutations in genomes.
Are you saying this is my fault?
You're pathetic. A bit of nucleic acid desperately clinging to life. You haven't changed one bit since then. But of course, that's what makes you, you.
But then, why did you marry me?
For this. Do you know how hard I worked for this permit? That's why I volunteered to care for you. What, did you think there was love between us? Please, don't kid yourself. I can get all the love I need with this. Don't forget to take your meds. After all, I'm the one who'll be held responsible if you don't.
This bitch only married the man for money, time to kill him and get the insurance too.
For research.
Yeah, well, he could just kill her now, so he's like, you know. Oh.
Oh yeah, no, he killed her.
His problem is solved right now.
So they did it again.
Now he's got a new one.
12584's human rights shall be revoked, and henceforth the defendant shall be treated as a life form belonging to the
Literally does that spiel to a known serial
this
killer.
treatment grants the bearer the same rights and privileges
Huh.
as those of a Realian.
So before he killed the lady, he had level 7 personality reconditioning. After he kills her, he gets level 8 personality reconditioning. Now, those are only 2 known ways that we know his personality was rewritten. So he's at least gotten his personality rewritten twice. Before that, though, they were thinking of whatever he did that they were like, we don't want to kill him, so we're just gonna rewrite his personality. Like, he did something really bad.
Yep.
I wonder how
They were
much
just, we
he's
don't want to
gonna-
kill him like they did back then, like barbarians.
Even though, you know, that solves the problem.
He's a serial killer.
Okay.
You look like my wife. Bam.
Garbage.
Oh, great. Oh, hey.
Hi, Eric.
I must admit, I've never seen such a stubborn neural
Come on,
network.
what the hell? Oh, there we go.
He's even rejected the level 8 procedure.
Hello.
In any
Hello.
case, he's still quite valuable to us. We can use him as a test subject for the level 9 procedure.
Okay, sure, go up to
I'm
level
gonna-
9.
But this is the future, and we don't do the death penalty, we just do extremely invasive neuromanipulation to completely rewrite you.
Yeah, again, and now they're like, oh man, he can't even level 8.
The humane thing.
Even level 8 is just doesn't work. Maybe we should try level 9 personality
This man was called garbage
reconditioning.
and killed a child. How low of self-esteem do you actually need?
I'm assuming level 10's the highest you can go?
I'm gonna assume that he's had his personality rewritten at least 8 to 9 times.
Yeah, because this is
How dare
it's such an
personality?
extreme.
But like they're saying like they're like, oh, the resistance from such a strong neural network. They're talking about his brain. Something about something about him. Something about how his brain is. He cannot help
More
killing
friends.
people.
Also, who's to say they don't do that to people in school?
Like, again, if we're going by the
Yeah.
theory that they have rewritten his personality up to 8 times, now they're like, we don't want to kill him. He can still be very valuable
Perhaps
to
his
us.
brains need to be eaten.
I don't know what the hell they can do with a serial killer, but apparently they found something they could use him in, so they don't want to kill him. So instead, they keep freaking like rewriting his memory and reconditioning his personality in the hopes that he'll be different. But
Human experimentation that the public won't get mad about mostly.
yeah, it's mostly just that. But it becomes a thing of they let him out in public and he does something that here he goes, let's try a higher level of it. Again, it seems like he killed somebody. That one person that was like, wait, let's not kill him. Let's try personality reconditioning. Let's try level 7. And, you know, that's the lady who ends up, quote unquote, marrying him for a research permit. That was like, hey, I'm responsible for you. Take your meds. And then now her stupid shit was telling him this. And then
Yeah, she went full mask off
Yeah.
and like, nah.
she went full mask off, where he was like, where he learned that, like, I guess he applied to have a kid and that was rejected, and she's like, I don't want to have a kid with you. You're freaking fucked. We've done so much shit to you that God knows what the fuck's gonna come out of those balls. Like, and it's just like, why did you marry me? For a permit. of some sort to continue experimentation and to keep doing research on him. Again, she went full mask off and even said that
she applied to get cloned, and her clone baby is the one he killed next, so that was a few years later.
Yeah. So
Was
yeah,
that
so
what that was?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was a clone application.
Okay.
So then heckin' and then yeah, the little headset, she was like, I can get all the love I need from this, which I'm gonna assume it's a VR headset. She freaking going on VR chat being a fucking freak. So freaking and then yeah, he kills her. And then sometime later, after they've reconditioned his brain again, he runs into her clone.
Who applies for a kid without talking to their wife first?
I don't know how the hell they go about it, okay? I'm not going back. Apparently I don't fucking know.
I know there are a lot of fucked up things in this, but why they need to be married for a permit?
Okay, fine, we'll go back to it. I honestly don't know because they really don't fucking explain. So honestly, I thought the kid was just a random fucking kid that just slightly resembled her, and then he hallucinated that it said something and then killed her. I would not have known that the clone was that the little girl was that lady's clone, because they don't even look alike.
Yeah.
But sure. Like that's another thing that I'm gonna kind of put on Xenosaga. When it wants to tell me all its exposition shit and throw all of its proper nouns and all this stuff, it doesn't matter in the moment. This, where you really need to tell me who is what and why, it's not.
They don't confirm it, it's just implied.
Okay. They need to not do that. They need to imply when it's appropriate to imply and just fucking tell me when it's time to just fucking tell me.
Yeah, because I thought he just went crazy.
Because yeah, that's how I absorbed that scene. I absorbed that scene in that he's gotten his memory wiped and reconditioned so many times that the dude is just actually going fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go back to the cutscene. And I'm gonna see if I can get... Because again, she's like, oh, the reconditioning.
It could be said that the circumstances surrounding the
yeah, there she is.
as a victim of the life recycling law. Therefore, is it right for him to be the first victim of a capital punishment system that had been abandoned for thousands of years? It's true that the defendant must pay for his crimes. But with all the progress we've made in science and the study of the human psyche, surely there must be alternative means by which he can repay society? Please, I ask you to make a merciful and wise decision.
This court hereby sentences the defendant.
Not killing someone.
So she's like, please make a
With this ruling, the current you will cease to exist, but it also marks the birth of a brand new world for you.
So the way she presents her case, she's like, please do the more humane and and the more humane and merciful option. Don't kill him. That's what barbarians thousands of years ago did. Let's rewrite his consciousness. Fast forward a little bit. And here she is.
What is the meaning of this?
Unfortunately, I can't see that. All I see is her head's in it.
You see, he is still alive if we don't kill him.
Okay. Notice of cloning procedure completion. And it's got her face on it. So she applied to be cloned.
So that's his first operation. This is personality 2 then.
Okay. Yeah. So she applies to get
straight to level 7.
Yeah. Okay, so they just went straight to level 7. Okay. So at this point, he has only had his memory redone once. Or he's had his personality rewritten once. He learns that she applied to clone herself, and he's like, why can't we just have a kid?
Of our own.
Oh, stop it. What could you want to leave behind? Don't tell me you want that abnormal DNA of yours to live on. Nanotechnology is hardly perfect, you know. It still can't correct mutations in genomes.
Are you saying this is my fault?
You're pathetic. A bit of nucleic acid desperately clinging to life. You haven't changed one bit since then. But of course, that's what makes you, you.
And these lines imply that despite the memory reconditioning, nothing about him has actually changed.
But then, why did you marry me?
For this.
And then she brings up her own funny flyer.
Worked for this permit?
But we don't know what that permit's for. It's just a permit.
That's why I volunteered to care for you. What, did you think there was love between us? Please, don't kid yourself. I can get all the love I need with this.
And then throws a headset at him.
I thought she was gonna hold up a vibrator.
Don't forget to take your meds.
Like, I guess they're too far in the future for that. It means nothing.
Yeah. So she shows a permit of some kind. I'm guessing the permit itself isn't important. The point is that she used him to further her own ends.
Right.
And that she doesn't love him. She doesn't even really care about love. I don't know what this thing does. I don't think it's super important to know what this thing does. I'm gonna assume it's the new generation of Vive VR headset, and she's a fucking freak on VR chat because it still exists after thousands of years. Because I have nothing that will tell me.
She used him as a means to advance her career, and that thing right there is a VR headset yet.
Yeah, so because nobody can tell me that that's not what it is.
Captain Matthews has one.
Because nobody can tell me that it's not a VR headset that lets her into VR chat and she's a fucking freak. That's what it is now.
Responsible if you don't.
Then she says, take your meds, I'll get in trouble if you don't.
After she just fucking went off on his ass.
Exactly,
like,
which is really funny because any person who was spiteful yet not a serial killer would just be like, no.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. You've just told me that the new life I was given was a lie. So fuck you.
That was like the dumbest thing she could have fucking done.
Yeah.
I have so little context for anything going on right now, but even I'm able to just like, yeah, that's stupid.
The love I feel for you means nothing in this weird situation I'm in.
So we're at the part where we
and
were
yet,
sucked into
for
that.
Genetic information, personality reconditioning is brainwashing.
Yeah.
All his genes are the same.
Yeah. But again, she's talking about nanotechnology and his genomes and all that stuff. Pretty much implying that because of
Not that being a psycho killer is genetic, but she's a bitch, so I mean.
Again, the way she spoke about things where she was like what about your DNA is worth carrying on? Nanotechnology is not perfect, you know. It like she also heavily implies that the reconditioning has somehow also probably fucked him up genetically. Not that it has, but that it's possible it at least might have. But they don't go into it. So, again, just tells this dude that his life is a lie and that she's using him to further his career. So he, some would say justifiably so, kills this bitch. Kills her. Look at her neck facing another direction. Like, he fucking that bitch.
Yeah.
Like, her head's on the other way now.
No chill.
In accordance with Federation law, the defendant will now undergo level 8 personality reconditioning. With this,
so they give him level 8 conditioning, which is a higher level of what they already did to him.
You see, you can do pro-gamer move on his personality, but his brain chemistry is kinda still the same.
So now, at the same time, they have taken away his human rights.
Mostly that's you should have seen it coming.
Oh,
He's a
of course.
reconditioned psycho killer. Very dumb woman had a power trip.
Yeah.
This treatment grants the bearer the same rights and privileges as those of a reality.
So what happens afterwards, after he kills her, they still don't do any capital punishment or anything. They just do a higher version of what they did previously. They also then take away
Ted Bundy, and you're basically there.
Yeah. So they then take away his human rights, and now he is when it comes to how he is seen, he is no better than he has the same amount of rights and privileges as a Realian, which I, as previously mentioned, are those clone soldiers.
Yeah, take away his rights. That'll make him not want to kill anyone.
He is pretty much property. He is government property. He is pretty much maybe one level above Ziggy. So the way that if for whatever we're understanding the life form hierarchy here is, it's people, Realians, cyborgs. So right now he's at the same level as a Realian despite being a human. Because of the amount of conditioning that he's gone through just enough he's gone through just enough manipulation.
Oh man, so he doesn't have the right to kill anyone.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he didn't before either.
Cyborgs lower than Realians. So when they introduced Ziggy Emerald, they pointed out that the cyborgs are a very old kind of technology. Because all they're really doing is people that are mostly just replacing parts with machine. Where the Realians are just genetically modified clones, cyborgs are machine replacing humanity. At least from the, kind of like what I got from when they introduced Ziggy. Ziggy used to be a person, and throughout time has been replacing his body with parts, was kept alive, and has been replacing his human body parts with mechanical ones. He is at this point more machine than man. And because
Ziggurat
of that,
8 is a life recycling victim. They're basically machine zombies that are used as slaves.
Yeah. So, yeah, life recycling. They yeah. There you go. Instead of killing this person, let's
They have no rights and were zombified against their will.
Yeah. Think of Boot Hill. Boot Hill, essentially. Kept alive against their will. Any parts that needed replacing with machine was, and make them work for you. There you go. So now Cherenkov has the same rights as a clone, which they don't really have much. And yeah, again, they don't tell us, or we don't know. And again, it's safe to imply that with all this scientific, genetic, whatever they're doing to rewrite his personality, probably does also fuck up other parts of your body and your genetic makeup, because we see the symptoms of it up until this point. He has what seems to be these asthma attacks where he injects himself with something and then he feels better. So whatever they've done to him,
they're second-class citizens who basically have as many rights as a soldier in active duty, but yet.
Yeah, so whatever they've done to him with these procedures to rewrite his personality, they've also in some way, shape, or form fucked him up physically as well. And on top of that, again, like the scientist lady implies before she gets fucking snapped like a fucking Twix, is that he doesn't change. Nothing really changes. He's gone through these personality wipes, but nothing really changes about him. It doesn't work. And again, it shows the first time it doesn't work because he kills someone again. So, and again, there's this ideology, or this belief that there are certain parts of our personalities that are decided by our genetic makeup, our genes, in a way. Is it true? I don't particularly think so, but some people believe in it. Some people are like,
this game was also made a long time ago, so
yeah,
I could
that too.
see that being a more popular idea back then.
That idea of, if your parents are a certain way, you as their child are probably going to be similar in some way, because even your personality to an extent is genetic. Your synapses are synapsing like their brains synapse. Thus, you inherit traits of their personality. That's where the whole nature versus nurture kind of thing happens. Are certain personality traits...
It's your usual horoscope stuff.
Yeah. I'd say it's your usual horoscope / again, the argument of nature versus nurture. Are some people just born serial killers? Do you just raise a serial killer? Or is it a little bit of both? I've always been of the belief that it's a little bit of both. This is taking the angle that it's not. This is going by the angle of scientifically it's not. Something about his brain or whatever keeps making him kill. Let's fuck with his brain so that it doesn't, and it's not working. Obviously, as far as I know in later entries, or for the rest of this game, we don't get any further backstory of what led Cherenkov to this point. We saw at the beginning of his flashbacks a child surrounded by dead bodies, and then him
Personality
older.
is a physical aspect of your brain, but it's something malleable, in that your brain will reshape as you develop as a person and develop different traits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the only thing we have was at the beginning of his flashbacks, they show a child surrounded by bodies and then an adult surrounded by bodies, and then it shows his first trial, which again, I can only assume is that he's had a very traumatic upbringing and maybe is desensitized to dead bodies, or maybe was even a soldier that went too far. I don't fucking know, and the game would rather imply these certain things than just kind of spell it out for you. And that's fine too. Right now, though, it makes it a little confusing and trying to figure out where the fuck Cherenkov is coming from. But it doesn't matter, because he's gonna die later. Anywho. So, they rewrite his brain again. And he's somehow let out into the street. He sees a little girl. The girl apparently resembles this lady.
Garbage.
Again, no chill.
Well, again, now, compared to the lady, okay, so the hair color and eye color is the same. So I guess there is a resemblance. But again, aside from that one context that she applied to clone herself, we don't know that this is the clone of her. But again, the story implies that it is. So he kills her. So if this is the clone, he kills the clone. Now he's back here again, where they're like, maybe we should try level 9.
I must admit, I've never seen.
Or maybe you just fucking kill him.
Yeah, so then they say here, such a stubborn neural network. They're talking about his brain. They're talking about his personality. Because what are your neurons? It's your brain and the nervous system. The control center of your nervous system is your brain. That's the root of your neural network. That's at least my assumption of what they're talking about based on what I know from when I was fucking studying this shit. They're talking about his brain. They're talking about his brain, his personality is very stubborn. It won't change.
He's even rejected the level 8 procedure.
In any case, he's still quite valuable to us. We can use him as a test subject for the level 9 procedure.
That's quite a few dead people.
So I'm guessing this is after the level 9 procedure. I think he's just killed a bunch of people again.
So you're the man who murdered every worker in this facility and annihilated 3 squads of Federation Special Forces. I was looking forward to meeting you.
I'm gonna say yeah, because he's in the facility
You look
now.
like a poor little stray. Is this really your handiwork?
Sounds like Dan Green. I don't think this is Dan Green.
I don't think so.
A life recycling variant. No wonder the Federation police couldn't handle you. I'll commend you for that. However... reality is cruel, is it not?
Commander Margulis, the 308th Volgata Division is...
I know. We're taking him with us.
Sir, you're not serious.
Yes, this one may be useful.
But...
all you ever wanted in life was to leave behind a legacy. Isn't that right? Now show me the proof of your existence. To me alone.
Culty but okay.
It looks like we've arrived at the center. What is that?
A building? Or maybe some sort of device?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't want to do a cult vibe on a serial killer.
Well, if this is really the center, it's possible that it may be of some importance to the Gnosis. But this, of course, is from our frame of reference, so we could be completely mistaken.
And so right there, Margulis points out that Cherenkov is a life recycling variant, so it's the same program as Ziggy, but different, meaning he's a genetically modified super soldier.
What about us?
Mm.
Are we gonna end up like that too?
We'll be sure to get out of here before that happens.
Designer baby.
Cosmos,
Mm-hmm.
what's the Elsa's current position?
Location unknown. I have lost its signal.
Lost?
The Gnosis magnetic and gravitational fields have become unstable near the center. The last known coordinates...
So it seems to be then that Cherenkov is a soldier that somehow kind of went off the rails. If we're to assume, if we're to connect everything from the very beginning where they showed a little boy surrounded by bodies and later an adult surrounded by bodies, it's a soldier that went off the rails. They essentially reprogrammed him a couple times and just kept killing people he wasn't supposed to be killing.
Yeah.
100 meters below our present position.
That's pretty close.
He's a designer baby designed to be real good at murder, and lo, he was.
Yeah.
Isn't in the same condition as the wreckage around here.
Which is probably also why the lady didn't actually want to have a kid with him besides not loving him. Because he was and then, like Lynn said, a designer baby. So God knows what the fuck's wrong, if there's anything else wrong with him.
Preparations for the Zohar Link experiment are complete. We'll begin phase 1 in 60 minutes.
Good.
Commander, why was I assigned to this mission?
I wanted to test your loyalty to the organization. Nothing more. The citizens will be affected, whether you succeed or not. Do you regret your decision?
No. They're of no consequence to me, nor to our organization, or anyone else.
Also, she was just a lying senator pretending to be a bleeding heart to get clout.
Yeah.
But it's okay, she's dead now.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Personally, I don't feel bad for Cherenkov, even if I sympathize with his circumstances. He's a monster and he needed to be put down.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, dude's serial killer.
But because of some apparent use he had, they were like, nope, let's not do that.
We must go.
Hey, Cosmos, wait! Don't you go off on your own. Oh, I don't recall programming her that way.
Who assigned you a rebellious face, Cosmos?
Too bad, Mom. Rebellious face.
Who assigned you a rebellious face?
He he he.
Rebelliousphase.exe.
It's
Teen
not
under-
a phase, Mom.
Teen_spirit.exe.
Man, your robot wife has never listened to you.
Affirmative? Cosmos, how do you know all of this? I never stored any type of information like that.
No, honey, you can't
Executing
get a tattoo.
file, not my real mom.
You're the creator of that thing.
Yes. Programming. THSES, what I'm supposed to follow.
That's the funny thing too. When it comes to certain dynamics between Shion and Cosmos, they juggle between she's her mom to she's your wife. Like, she's
To be
just
fair, that's most wives.
where it's kind of like, Cosmos, who said you can do that? Cosmos, who said you can eat cake before dinner? Cosmos, who said you can like who put that into your programming, young lady? I didn't say you could do that. Where did you pick that up from? And then it's like Shion. Yes, my lady. Yes. How can I help you?
And his mom is
Yes,
she
well,
gets
my life.
Cosmos, she folds instantly
I
when
learned
she
it
talks
from
back.
watching you.
He he he.
So that's where it's like it's really funny when you see that. So,
Yeah.
like
And yet, you didn't even know about that?
Commander Cherenkov, are you all right?
Are you all right?
Let's get out of.
Who said you could eat cake before dinner? Shin. I did. Oh okay, carry on, God, that's hot.
Commander, your body's.
Oh my gosh.
Escape? What are you talking about? You think you'll survive through something like this?
When Tommy 8 hits.
That's right. I was the one behind the disappearance of the planet Ariadne. All that mattered was the recovery.
This man is
of the
going
emulator.
ghost.
yeah.
That was the reason behind the deployment of Vector and the military. They were really only pawns. But in spite of all that,
I calculate a 99.7% odds of my personal survival. You, however, will be dead within approximately 217 seconds.
go away! Don't come near me! You were the ones who rejected me! So why are you bothering me now?
What is that?
All photon, lepton, hadron, and graviton scans read negative.
Then what is it that we're seeing?
Mm-hmm.
The power of God and enemy. enemy.
It's the same. Just like that day.
And then he got turned into a Gnosis. And we fought it.
And then it died.
When you get no bitches, so you become a Gnosis.
Behold the light that spreads before your eyes. This light once symbolized civilization, the very will of the human
But only
race.
after hitting Shin with the echo.
Yep.
What can be gleaned from the light we see today? The people of this world have cast away their will to create, drowning themselves instead in an endless cycle of consumption. What you see now is the deceitful light cast by their stagnant eyes.
The commander. But who's that with him?
The people you've encountered in your lifetime are not people at all. They are less than human, mere sacks of flesh and bone.
You can be caught in an endless cycle of consuming my nuts, Mr. Bad Guy. Everything the light touches is our kingdom. One day it will all be yours, you serial killer broken man.
K. Mussolini.
That's why you never falter, even after all the personality reconditioning.
The commander underwent personality reconditioning?
Long ago, man was forced to leave behind his homeland. This was brought about by the masses who extinguished the very light that drove their will. So how about it, Cherenkov? Let us rekindle the torch, so that human consciousness may once again be resurrected, for our sake and that of our God.
Humanity became really boring when it left Earth.
Were those my feelings just now?
This isn't like Xeon at all.
No. It must have been the commander's feelings. Commander. What was it that you were searching for? Commander.
Home.
I never really existed at all.
Margulu's like,
I
man, I
became
miss
Heart's
petty wars
Beach.
over limited resources.
36 years ago. The year after the Zoar incident, which led up to the Milshin conflict. I was brought into this world as a weapon of warfare. It happened all the time back then. Killing was our whole reason for existence. The fortunate ones were those who could adapt to that way of life. Even luckier were those who died on the battlefield. But I was never granted that opportunity. Before I could find some significance to my own life, the war ended. And I was left behind while the world went on. I tried to adapt. But the language I spoke was so different from the rest of the world. I thought the entire world had rejected me. But the commander, it felt like he really needed me. I saw a future for myself in the commander.
Because he said so.
I wanted to, at least.
Eh.
But I had to rely on the drugs to communicate with the rest of the world. It was because I hadn't changed. After everything that happened, I hadn't changed at all.
I need drugs.
Now
I can't function without them.
The world didn't reject me. I rejected the world. Shion, I like it here.
Don't go relating to him too hard now, Nightshade.
Exists in this place. There's nothing else. No anger.
Shut up.
No sadness. No happiness.
He.
Not even a future. The only thing that's here is me. And that'll eventually fade away. It feels good. This is exactly what I've been searching for all this time. Shion, you'll eventually find yourself here too. I'm sure of it. It won't be much longer. I know. I can tell.
So he was extremely wrong about that. Anyway.
What was that? Where's Commander Cherenkov?
Oh, you know, there, and there.
Chaos. What just happened? Where is he? What have we done? Tell me.
Ziggy, did something happen? Ziggy?
It's nothing you need to worry about. I'm sorry.
Was that really the commander? Tell me, Chaos. Surely we didn't.
Shion, the truth isn't always a pleasant thing to know.
Chaos. Are we all going to end up like him?
We're still here, and none of us have turned into Gnosis. Perhaps we can take solace in that. Here, stand up.
I'm just saying, this moment would have been really good if Alan did it. It's a really good moment, but this would have been Alan's, like, moment to, like, be there for the commander and not be a fucking bitch.
Too bad.
We are in danger.
This isn't good.
Yeah, exactly, Emerald. Why the fuck is
He have
Alan
been a
not
bitch.
there? Yo, didn't just release an adorable little video with Tia in it? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, there then, because he's still on the Elsa. They could have easily brought Alan with us and then they could have that scene, but no, instead they give us, like, again, this moment between Shion and Chaos, which makes it kind of seem like they're kind of closer. I don't know. It's funny. I just think it's really funny. Like, I could see people shipping Chaos and Shion after that scene.
Chaos used signature move vague gaslight talk.
Heh. The point is that he comforted her.
Registration confirmed, little master. It's the Elsa.
Indeed.
Those guys were damn lucky we were passing by. What the hell are they doing here? Well, whatever. All guns, target the Gnosis. Cut open an escape path for the Elsa and annihilate the enemy.
Sounds like the fighting started.
Are we gonna be okay? There were so many of them when we transferred in.
They destroyed an entire Federation fleet. It would be wiser for us to flee than fight.
I'm gonna have an Elsa that a scene that would have been great for Alan was given to Chaos.
This is what I get for taking on the U-Tick. Otherwise, this would be a cinch.
Little Master, enemy group formation approaching from 5 o'clock. We're being surrounded on all sides.
So they're not gonna let us go, huh? And they've coordinated their attack patterns. I've never seen them fight like this before. Even if we gate jump out of here, we may not be able to shake them.
Little Master, another group is chasing after the Elsa.
Captain!
Hey, you alright? Tony, can you lose them?
I doubt it. They're a lot faster than we are.
Damn it. The Durandal's guns aren't slowing them down. What are we gonna do?
Huh? Hatch number 17 is open? Was somebody still down there?
It's Cosmos. What is she?
I'll put it on the monitor.
Cosmos! Cosmos! What are you doing? Get back here! There's too many of them for you to destroy. You're not equipped to handle that great a number.
Shion. Will feeling pain make me complete?
What? I can't hear you.
The air is too thin for her voice to carry.
And blue eye mode.
Yeah. Obviously, immediately you also hear more emotion in her voice. She doesn't sound like a robot repeating protocol. It's a very small it's a small tinge, but it's just enough to make you feel like for a moment she's not the same as she's been most of the time.
Attract inhibitor output at 300%.
Yeah.
It's a very soft and gentle tone.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're acting up?
Intruder alerting of Pieta mother frame. Permutational phenomena appearing in the variant.
In Mama? Where's it coming from?
Scanning transfection course. Course tracked. It's coming from the quarantine hangar.
Quarantine hangar? It can't be the Zohars.
It is. External sources are sending requests to the
Stupid question, but are the other Xeno games connected in some way to this, like Xenogears and Xenoblade? Yes, they are.
Frame will be taken over.
They are all connected.
Main line to the quarantine hangar. Stabilize the attract inhibitor through a secondary line.
Main line purged.
Oh, damn. Yep.
Officially
Except
no,
for-
but actually yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll tell you no, but
Xenoblade
the
X
answer is yes.
is the one exception to that, I think.
Mm-mm.
Because it literally cannot jive with any other Xeno thing.
Mm-mm.
Oh, fuck.
Womb cannon.
Belly laser.
Followed by Womb Wind Tunnel.
Eh.
Heck, that wasn't so bad.
Chief?
Did that really just happen?
Yeah. It appeared as if she absorbed the Gnosis.
How could she have weaponry we don't even know about? No, that wasn't a weapon. That was...
Something impossible.
Who cares if it's possible or not? She got rid of the Gnosis, right?
Captain. Little Master's been buzzing us for a while.
Huh? Oh, fetch him in.
Who's this little master?
Thanks for helping us out, little master. Sorry about all the...
This isn't the cosmos that I built. Kevin. Is this your hand at work?
I didn't put that in her. Maybe the other guy that worked on her did.
Cosmos that you wish to create?
Commander.
What is it?
Commander Cherenkov's SMS tracking signal has disappeared.
And the UMN?
Huh. I was able to track him while he traveled through hyperspace, but I lost him at point 2100783. There are traces of a space-time anomaly at that same point, so we believe the Gnosis may have been there.
I see.
So, you got it?
Roger, little master.
Thanks for helping us out.
You guys better fill me in on the situation later. Man, what the heck is going on here? And Mama's gone and caught a bug, so we can't
Are those
perform
peeps
any
evil? Yeah.
investigations or analyses for a while.
That's terrible.
Tell me about it.
Hey, is that little master?
He's our boss. The head honcho. Hey, little master. We picked up a couple of passengers headed for Milsha while we were working. What should we do with them?
They look like they're in pretty deep with something. Well, your first concern should be to repair the Elsa. Why don't you get it fixed over at the Foundation? You won't make it very far in that kind of shape.
Foundation? You mean the Kukai Foundation? From the Galactic Finance 500's top 10 fastest growing corporations list? Then you must be...
Ah, the business stuff was meant to be a side thing. We got lucky, that's all.
This is bad, Chief. We can't associate with these people.
Hey, I heard that, man. Would you rather we left you here in space?
No, sorry, sir.
Look, little master, what do you say we just leave this wuss behind? He spends all his time moaning and groaning.
Hey, come on, Captain. Chaos, help me out here.
Well, it's not really up to me, you know. I better leave this one to you two.
Then I'm definitely giving him the boot.
Come on!
Hey, man, don't freak out. We're just playing. What's wrong? Something worrying you?
Huh? Oh, no. It's nothing.
We just threatened the show. We just threatened to freaking throw out your friend, and you just kind of don't give a shit. You okay?
She just tuned the whole thing out.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I was a
Sure
million
did.
miles away.
Junior. Guinan Jr. I got a real name.
It's like, yeah, kick him out. I don't give a
Let's just
shit.
leave it at that for now. Good to meet you. Shelly, change of plans. We're returning to the Foundation. Make sure to tell Guinan that we have secured the final emulator.
Roger. Preparing to return to the Foundation.
But someone was watching from the shadows of space.
Fuck.
Hi, Kojin. How we doing? Hello, hello.
Can't imagine having an earring like that in your ear. It looks like it's so heavy. Like I feel lopsided just looking at him.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's so uncomfortable. No, cat. Ooh, that brought back some memories I wasn't ready for.
It's all over.
Oh.
That brought me back to my dog. Whew.
Vito.
He wears that thing to bed?
Damn it.
What is this place? The environmental controls here seem extremely strict.
They're so big. 6 to each side, with one directly across.
13 in all. Looks like each block has a name inscribed on it.
You've got great eyesight.
Let's see.
Peter, Andrew, Boanerges, Thomas, John,
Philip, Matthew, Bartholomew, James, Thaddeus, Simon, Judas.
and the last one?
It appears
Okay.
to say Marion
Cool.
Kind.
Marion?
Not a there's no theme at all.
I think I've heard that somewhere.
Eh. Not the Kingdom Hearts Council seats.
Child of Mary. This is where we store all the really dangerous items. Stuff like this.
The Bible. You have no idea how many civilizations this has destroyed.
I just find it funny how like some names were like Peter, Philip,
For
Thomas,
those of you who
Matthew.
haven't figured it out yet, Jesus and the 12 apostles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, it's just really funny the one yeah, Philip, Matthew, Bartholomew, James, Thaddeus, Simon, Judas. Then there was like Thomas, John, and then there was like another that other Bor I don't fucking remember the name. Boanerges?
Thomas, John,
I think so.
Philip, Matthew, Bartholomew, James, Thaddeus, Simon, Judas.
And then yeah, Marion Kind, which is because they don't want to say Jesus.
To say Marion Kind.
Marion Kind. I think I've heard that somewhere.
Marion Kind
Means
or
Child of Mary. This is where we store all the really
or
dangerous
mankind.
items.
Yeah, the Child of Mary, which is Jesus.
This.
Yeah.
I think it's just Jesus not a cool thing to say in this game for some reason, or
It's the future. They don't really. It's like a game. It's a whole game of telephone.
Well, here's the thing. This isn't the first time Japan has done things with video games and directly, in some way, shape, or form, integrated Christianity in some way. But I don't.
Evangelion exists, so yeah.
Evangelion, yeah. Again, Japanese media, but I don't think, there were that many at the time that were on the nose, where they were like Jesus. I could be wrong, but growing up, I didn't see a lot of media that was like so like explicit of its religious references. Considering this came out at around like early 2000s, it might have still wanted to be careful and not directly reference Jesus while still not hiding it.
Then if that came out in the early 2000s, then yeah, the only contender that it really had for in terms of overtly
It's a time thing.
Judeo-Catholic
During this time and for a
stuff was
decade after,
Evangelion.
if you put any Jesus or God stuff in games, the internet would absolutely blow up with psychotic Christians sending death threats.
Yeah. So probably not good.
Makes sense.
So probably, and again, as far as we know at the moment, aside from references of like I think it was like 6th Jerusalem or 7th Jerusalem, like it's
weird that they don't go that nuts over any of the other fucking 10 names they just dropped.
like they
Oh, they did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then what the fuck is the point of hiding the other one?
Yeah, no, again, they should.
Would it have been that much worse if they said Jesus?
Yeah, they named literally all of the apostles. Judas obviously being the most recognizable one. And then instead of saying Jesus, they've got Mary and Kind, which is child of Mary. Again, later on we hear references of like 7th Jerusalem or whatever, and things like that. Like they're pretty overt with the religious references. They just don't directly say Jesus.
Such a strange choice.
Again, and I think the reason is because of what potentially can happen, like Lynn mentioned, if they directly bring up Jesus.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
I get that. It's just like it seems like
it's a very weird choice.
If you're gonna go to a 9,
yeah.
I mean, why not just go to 10 then?
Yeah.
Like
no, I get it. I totally get it. Trying to think if there was any other games or media back then aside from Evangelion that was this overt with
Mostly
using
because
Christianity.
investors are dumb.
Yeah. Trying to think of what other time was there like such overt Christianity in a medium like this. And again, I can only think of Evangelion at the moment, but I can't think of any other time Japanese or Eastern media that came to the West had a very, very overt Jesus thing. The only thing I can think of would have been years after Xenosaga called Seikon no Quasar, and that show sucks, so don't watch it. That show is borderline porn.
Oh, okay.
Here's the premise of Seikon no Quasar. It's a very, very interesting premise. It's
Otida sucking with alchemy as a backdrop.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give a very rough summary, a little bit not as rough as what Lynn just said, because yeah, that is what it is. It's titty sucking with an alchemy backdrop. Pretty much the idea of Seikon no Quasar is that there are certain beings that I think they're called quasars, and they have dominion over an element of the periodic table. And for one reason or another, they are fighting. I don't remember why. Now, when these when these beings use their powers, eventually they need to recharge at some point. And that's where they seek out someone who they eventually call their Mary. And the way that they receive energy from their Mary is by sucking her tits.
Oh, I think I've heard of this.
The reason for this is because there is an iconography of Jesus suckling on the breast of the Mother Mary. That's it.
So they just was like, what if
because Jesus suck a titty, everybody suck a titty.
The show is ostensibly about alchemy, but you gotta suck titty to get power, and the show decided actually we were going to go from 10% titty sucking 80% interesting plot stuff, to 70% tit sucking, and the rest is other deviant behavior and sometimes plot maybe.
Yeah. It's a very interesting premise that it seems like it's shoehorned in something very horny just to sell the concept. When I first heard of this concept, I was like, that kind of gives me Fate vibes, and that here's this really cool concept, this really cool battle royale that they then decided to add a pornographic edge to because maybe they thought that was going to get it somewhere. The writers barely disguised fetish, possible. The author actually has great stories but loves tits and making them central to the plot, and you can only take so much. Wait, that's why? Yeah. So again,
and the main
I
girl
don't
has
know.
the sacred holy titty milk or something.
Yeah, the main girl has the fucking sacred holy titty milk, but you see she has small titties, so no one cares until they realize cuz she gets kidnapped a lot and gets her tits sucked by a lot of people. And then there's her best friend who has really huge fucking titties and inverted nipples, and everybody's like, she must have the holy titty milk because she got these big titties, and that, good milk come from big titties. And a lot of people kidnap her too and suck on her titties. And this show's dumb.
It
Oh
sounds
No,
horrendous.
I think I vaguely remember this. I think I remember what do you call it? One of my friends from way back when.
And then the main girl gets gigantic mega titties from all the sucking.
Yeah, it's and it's the thing
Because
of the
that's a thing.
And the main character, the mainish character, the guy, I think he can control iron.
Yeah, no, I know exactly which one
And
you're talking about.
his name is Sasha because he's of Russian descent, and it's. I think I stopped watching like maybe halfway in because they introduced this character who's kind of like a Lolita in terms of the fashion, and she's also very petite. And everybody, I just woke up. What are you talking about? I'm not explaining. So I'm explaining. I'm not starting over. What I mean. I stopped watching after this one scene where they introduced this character, where she was like, she's so cute, she looks like a doll, she wears these really cute dresses, and one of the freaking main girl's friends gets like super attracted to her, and it turns out this girl, which I can't even remember what element she wields, she's apparently also a sadist. And tries to take advantage of people who essentially fall in love with her because of how cute she is. And the episode ends with this girl who's now obsessed with this really cute girl, being told to fucking get on her knees and eat her out. And that's how the episode ends.
Oh man.
I
don't remember that.
I was like, I don't think I want to watch this anymore after that.
I get you.
They even had a little scene where like she's bent over and they have a moment where the camera's like, now look through her clothes and see her nipples actually get hard. And it's so dumb. It's so bad. Don't watch this show. There's a reason you probably haven't heard of it. It sucks. It's again, and that's when the show was being a bit more and this is when the show was still being 10% horny. It gets worse. Like, it gets more horny.
Yeah. It gets so much worse.
It gets really.
It gets worse than that?
Yeah. I think that episode, the last episode that I watched, I think that was episode 6.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Like, and obviously in that last scene, they don't super show anything, but you see the girl get super excited, and then you see, like, the way the camera's angled, you see, like, the bottom of, like, where the girl's butt is, and the fact that the girl's, like, on her knees, and you hear, like, which assumes that it's, like, yeah, she's eating her out. And then it goes to the girl's, like, a close-up of the other girl's head, and she's like, oh, yeah, that's a good girl. And then it ends.
God.
You haven't even gotten into the lowly alchemist who does fetish pet play with her titty milk repositories.
I don't want to because I don't think I
don't
stopped watching after the fucking girl gets eaten out. Like, I was like, I'm done.
I remember.
I want to watch. I remember I was like, I remember because I used to also be active on Tumblr when I tried watching the series, and I was like, man, I really like your plot, the idea of your plot and your concept, but you're just so horny that I don't want to watch you. I don't think you want me to watch you for your plot, show.
I remember. Okay, so
that's the only other instance. Sorry.
The beginning of the show, episode 1. Now I remember this only because how can I not remember this? It basically because the whole point. It started off in a church, and there's just a bunch of like women bodies just like hanging from chains, and they have like fucking burner torches on their tits.
I don't know about that one. What show are you talking about? You don't want to know, Ada. It's really gross and overly horny.
Quasar.
It's about periodic table battle royales and a lot of tit sucking. You don't care.
It was just so weird because you could hear the. I'm like, are they dead?
There you go. The Seikon no Quasar, localized as the Quasar of Stigmata. Yeah,
I saw the show way too young. I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to feel about this?
I think that was one of the last couple shows that I saw with Logan, and I remember, like, again, he introduced it after we watched some other shows. I think after we watched Fate. It was a show that was recommended as, like, because you like Fate, you should try this show. And it was like, no, thank you.
His insight.
The idea, again, being battle royale with some weird lewdness to it. And again, I hate that the concept is so interesting, but it's just very horny.
They just kind of got lost in the porn aspect of
it. It's fucking. It's literally, I can't believe it's not hentai.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those I can't believe it's not hentai shows, because it honestly could have just been
Mostly
believe it's
because
on Netflix.
It absolutely is.
Oh, it's on Netflix. Well,
it's on Netflix.
Fucking Lamau. It's on Amazon Prime. I know that.
Kurosi, are you saying that as a joke on the play of, like, I can't believe it's not butter, or is it actually on Netflix?
Oh, I don't think it's actually on Netflix. I know it's on Amazon Prime, though.
I was gonna say, if it's on Amazon Prime, then it's not on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, according to Wikipedia, the story chronicles the school lives of Mafuyu Oribe and Tomo Yamanobe at the Japanese Eastern Orthodox school St. Mihailov Academy, where they have endured persecution and isolation from other students, led by the daughter of the current dean, Miyuri Tsujido, and her current second-in-command, Hana Katsuragi. Mafuyu and Tomo's lives take a drastic turn when they nurse the silver-haired Russian-born Alexander Sasha Nikolaevich back to health upon encountering him unconscious one day during their commute home. Immediately, Sasha begins to repay Mafuyu and Tomo's kindness as he repels their tormentors. However, this does not change Sasha's background as a throwaway quasar from the Adepts, and that the Adepts have no qualms about making an absolute war zone of the Academy in order to acquire the Thetikos of Sardzin from Athos, who wishes to keep the Icon's existence a secret from the world. The plot summary mentions nothing about titty sucking, but that's 90% of the show.
That's interesting.
Hi.
Oh.
Like, I get
Hello,
it.
Tristan.
I get it. Some people like sucking titties. Some people like getting
Good
their
to hear
titties.
you.
Some people like sucking titties. Titties are pretty cool. But like, I don't know. You don't have to make a whole show about it.
We can make a whole show about asses. We can definitely make a whole show about tits.
Like sucking titties?
Probably.
Didn't they make
Isn't
Prison
like
High
20%
School?
of that on Pornhub?
No, but I'm talking about something that you can watch on like prime time.
Probably. Pornhub?
Is Pornhub a primetime channel on television?
Probably.
It's not.
They made a whole show about both. It's called Kehoe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, they did make a show about asses, and that was a sports anime called Keijo, but like that sucked. Then there's that other weird not hentai where ninja girls absorb each other ninja girls' tits for power. The Xenosaga.
It's a Xenosaga.
So the 12 disciples of Jesus.
We went from talking about Jesus and the apostles to titty sucking the anime.
Because Japanese media does weird shit with Christianity and we just let them do it. We just let them.
The one we just retrieved.
Why are these Zohars here?
Jesus is public domain. They can do whatever they want.
Exactly, the Bible's public domain. That's really funny to think about.
You could have stopped it because Japanese media does weird shit.
What's in the room?
Yeah, but maybe a part of me actually did want to talk about it because it's funny when I do. It's really funny bringing up Seikon no Quasar because some people just don't believe that that would actually be a concept until they look it up and it's there.
Actually, hang on. You mentioned Christianity references back. When was Hellsing made? Was that early 2000s or
probably?
90s?
But I also said ones that I know of, and I've never seen Hellsing.
Oh, okay.
I know there's a Christian anime sponsored by the church. Oh.
2006.
Oh, I know exactly what you're. Okay, I know what Demon Artist saw. It's called Superbook.
Oh.
Superbook was that.
Trust me, it ain't something you'd want to see.
Even if we were to consider the diversity of your businesses, you're still a Foundation, right? I mean, the weaponry on this ship far outclass those on any warship. Who are you people anyway?
We were more or less a government organization previously. Well, I guess if you want to see it that badly.
Just give it a minute while the door opens.
Yeah, I know it's slow.
You gotta build suspense.
What is this?
Why are its legs fucked?
I warned you.
It's fucking.
Gonna like it, didn't I?
What's her name from Final Fantasy VII?
Whose bodies turned into Gnosis.
Transformed bodies. I've only heard of them before.
Most people just turn white and shatter to pieces.
Is this a video game clip or a full show? These are the cutscenes from Xenosaga 1. Because it took me quite a bit to finish the game. And we're not going to be playing the second one because it's apparently really bad. We're on the second half of 2 streams, essentially rewatching these cutscenes and getting the story retold to us again.
But there are a few exceptions, and they end up like this. We've named this one Betty for now.
Betty?
Yeah, this one's called Betty.
But I don't want to refer to them by some code name.
Why is it moving all of a sudden?
Because it's floating in a tube.
Yeah, but it wasn't doing that, floating all that
it's
before.
Funny.
Is that a lady?
She was a little girl. The last time we saw her.
People turning into Gnosis? Have you learned anything about them?
Not much. Plenty of Gnosis remains have been recovered to date. But nobody's.
So why do you do this? Because it's fun.
You know what they're composed of?
Damn, so when you get the salt touch, you can become a Gnosis instead. Yep.
Plain old salt. Even their translucent bodies. They're mostly made up of water and sodium hydroxide. How can ordinary compounds like that form creatures?
Right, it was
So you're
literal.
saying
Yeah.
No one really knows
So you're saying I can use that on my steak?
Always turn into one.
Cool.
You don't want to, though.
They're a new type of virus. Others say they're beings from another dimension who take on temporary forms in this one.
Always?
You either become a Gnosis, or are revealed as a League player.
Not as far as I know.
So they could be from another dimension? Wouldn't that mean that their true forms might exist somewhere else?
Who knows? All that's certain is that they're hostile to humans.
Are you just gonna keep that shit hidden?
I'm not gonna tell them that you touched one?
Yes.
Not gonna tell them that someone turned into one and then you had a fucking psychic vision?
Nah, doesn't seem relevant.
What?
It's also because in the beginning of the game, she was touched by one. And they're saying, like, these are people who have been touched by Gnosis, that didn't turn into salt, they ended up turning into Gnosis.
Oh, so she's like,
and-
it's like hiding a zombie bite in a zombie
Yeah, so she's recalling early on, like, that she was touched by a Gnosis, and she's like, does that happen every time someone's touched by a Gnosis? And they're like, we don't know.
When did this all begin?
So yeah, it's kind of like hiding a zombie bite.
Phenomena like this
An equally stupid thing to do.
few centuries. But
Yeah.
after a certain incident, the Gnosis leapt into the forefront of history.
A certain incident?
The Miltian conflict. Joachim Mizrahi. It was he who opened Pandora's box and unleashed the Gnosis upon the galaxy. And we're all paying for his ambition.
Joachim Mizrahi, the brilliant scientist who founded the UTIC organization.
Brilliant? He was a lunatic. Unable to bear his curiosity, he invited the Gnosis into our world.
Lunatic?
The Foundation was
Yes,
established
a
after
lunatic.
the war by the newly formed Second Miltian government to clean up and investigate the facts behind the incident. Technically, that's our real job. Problem is, the funding's tight in peacetime. On top of that, running the Foundation takes a staggering amount of money, and the management of these Zohars ain't cheap either. So, we ended up privatizing part of our operations and became a foundation. We never imagined that some of our side businesses would hit it so big, though.
Daddy.
Yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, Ada. Mwah. I like the art style. It's really nice.
Sleep well, Ada.
Yeah, have a good one.
Miss you.
Bye-bye.
What do you all think? Joachim Mizrahi the lunatic? Was Daddy really like that? Since Daddy built us, does that mean Realians are bad people too?
Well, according to the government, Realians aren't even people.
Hello, Shion.
What's wrong? You look kind of down.
Shion,
You're looking rather infectious, but I'm not saying anything, am I?
was created by Joachim Mizrahi.
Oh no, it's not sleep. I woke up. It's 7 a.m. for me. Oh, okay.
Back when the Federation funded him.
I know.
Shion, Daddy wasn't a lunatic.
In that case. Hi. Get in here.
No, she's probably gonna go do stuff.
The eternal dilemma.
This is stuff.
This stuff matters.
Mwah.
Still thank you.
Contrary to popular belief.
This ship? They're actually nanomachines, you know? Used to keep enclosed spaces like this clean.
Nanomachines, son.
Say that of all the things Professor Mizrahi or anyone else created, they rank up there pretty high. These bugs may be man-made, but they function as if they've existed all along. Almost as if they were meant to be. I think Realians are the same. The only difference between us is the length of our histories. But regardless of our origins, each one of us has an important role to fulfill in this world. Besides, I really doubt that Mizrahi was a dangerous person person like everyone makes him out to be. And it's not just because of the environmental bugs. The work he did on Realians was incredibly insightful.
The fundamental Gnosis research Professor Misrahi left behind played a critical role in the development of modern anti-Gnosis technology.
Thanks for the backup, Cosmos. I'm really glad to see you react like that. Empathizing with the feelings of others is a major factor in human relationships.
Although I do not believe that the current situation called for me to act in an empathetic manner, I am pleased to be of service to you.
I think Cosmos is really funny.
Too bad she doesn't take instruction very well.
I never got to meet Daddy. But he used to talk to me all the time before I was born. It's all a little hazy, but I remember him telling me that I could become a real person if I did good deeds.
Like Pinocchio.
That's a wonderful memory to have.
Uh-huh.
Chief! Great news! After this ship arrives at the Kukai Foundation, they're gonna take us to Second Milsha.
Second Milsha? Really?
Apparently, they have some work to take care of out there. The captain's still whining about repairing the Elsa, but...
Some work? I wonder...
Huh?
Well, I'm sure they've got their own reasons. But don't you think it's a little strange that everyone's heading for Milsha?
Not really. It's
Yeah, my other headbuds were freaking
glad we saved some money.
definitely needed to
This ship's a million times better equipped
change
than the
them out.
Elsa, and we'll have nothing to worry about.
The
if
left
we
side
run into
was
the
dying.
Gnosis again. Hey, speaking of which, did you check out your room? They all have jacuzzis and mini bars and... Hey, what's wrong, Chief?
Nothing. I'm just jealous of how easily swayed you are.
Ah.
So that's the Kukai Foundation. They sure know how to spend their money.
I can't wait to see the Durandal turn into a skyscraper. It's so beautiful.
What? We're going to dock just like this?
This ship's supposedly one of the most famous landmarks in the Foundation. I saw it in a travel guide on the Elsa.
Oh, really? I'd never know. I don't check out vacation guides very often.
Oh, look! We're docking!
That ship is way the fuck bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah, no, seriously. They make it seem like...
It's hard to get an accurate scale in
Yeah.
space where there's nothing to compare it to.
Yeah. I can almost kind of hear myself.
Yeah, with no bananas around.
New Year's Eve is the best time to visit. The evening metropolis is quite a sight to behold with all her lights.
Guinan Kukai, the managing director of the Kukai Foundation.
Huh? Junior?
What was that?
Nope.
Nothing. Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the Kukai Foundation.
I'm Kristen Freeman.
Nice.
I heard about your situation from Captain Matthews in Chaos. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. Thank you for all your help.
Enjoy your stay.
What's wrong with me? Acting so rudely towards someone I just met.
And you must be Momo. I've received word from Yuri Mizrahi of the Contact Subcommittee. We'll make sure you get to Miltia safely.
From Mommy?
Right. She told me to take good care of you.
Can I talk to her?
Well, she
Nope.
seemed pretty busy.
Oh, I see. Why doesn't Mommy ever want to see me?
I'll let you know as soon as I hear from her again.
All right. Thank you very much.
It's because she is high-key ashamed that you're her kid.
Totally not suspicious.
No, it can't be.
It can't be. Nope.
That android Cosmos, she's got an incredible amount of potential, you know. There's no way she's just a prototype. I'm also concerned about how she resonated with the emulators.
I don't know. I think you can trust the man with 69 tattooed on his head.
I heard they lost the architect.
On his hand, sorry.
There's more to this than it seems. And don't forget about her engineer. What was her name? Shion? I think she might.
Guy has goals.
And our powers.
No way. She's just an ordinary human.
She might not be as ordinary as you think.
I doubt it. She seems normal enough to me. I guess it's possible, though. After all,
The amount of back of my hand jokes you could make.
Ha.
The same one Helmer's involved in.
Muting myself on the Discord so they don't hear me.
The Zohar project.
I'm switching between my old earbuds and my new ones, and sometimes I hear myself. Interesting.
Concerned about that Momo girl?
Don't look at me like that. You think she likes being called the child of a madman? After all, we were both there when Mizrahi finally met his end. We saw what happened. You know that girl's a Realian. Her memory might be imprinted with something.
So you're saying the image she holds of Mizrahi is a false one?
I don't know. That's why I want you to lay off when you're around her. At least for now, anyway.
If you're that concerned about her, why don't you invite her down to the beach? I'm sure it'll help take her mind off of things.
Man, I told you, it's not like that.
Hey.
What's this? Man, it's a stainless steel finished Makalov! With the original box and everything!
I won it at a Lion's Heart auction. It was part of their antique weapons collection.
This isn't like you. You're up to something.
Not at all. I just thought I'd reward you for all the hard work you've done for us recently. Have I gone too far? Don't go shooting that thing all over the place. Remember, you're older than I am. Try to act like it once in a while, all right?
Sweet!
It's open.
Chief, we better get going soon.
Yeah.
What's wrong? Maybe it's just me, but you've been acting gloomy ever since we boarded this ship.
No. Really, it's nothing. What? You really think I'm acting like that?
Yep. No doubt about it. See? Just like that.
Oh, I just have a lot on my mind. I'm sure that's all it is.
Are you sure? If something's bothering you, I'd be more than happy to listen.
Hey, Shion!
Never mind.
Let's go out and play! I'll wait for you over at the shuttle launch, so hurry, okay? See you there!
Sounds like he got cock blocked again. Oh well. Beach episode. Yeah, pretty much.
Shion, would you laugh at me if I told you that I think she has a heart?
This game
Cosmos
has like 10 songs.
I've run across some interesting. It's still pretty weak.
Was it really?
I don't know.
Almost like a tiny little pulse.
It's just usually whenever there's a flashback or tender moment between Shion or like again a flashback, they play this song and it's a nice song. I love this song. It's just you can tell here and there that some songs are only used once and then some songs are used a lot. Lynn's brought it up a couple times before. There's only 2 battle themes in this whole game. And the second one is only played at the very end and the final boss. So like
fun.
Yeah. Also, I think just while I have this paused and I'm figuring out my
technically has 45 songs, but a lot of them are very similar, so they don't really count.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm just looking at I'm also just cuz my
And
left
that's still very few.
my left earbud has been dying. So I put on different different newer earbuds and I've noticed that I can hear myself. But I think it's also because I'm not used to both earbuds being the same volume level again. It only was just recently that I started noticing that my left was suddenly quieter than my right. And now it could just be because the sounds are even again, but I can kind of hear myself. So I'm just fiddling with this and I think I can't hear myself anymore. Yeah, I think I was actually just going crazy. Never mind, we fixed it.
So you think it's not actually a thing then?
I think I was just going crazy. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't pick it up as I don't pick it up as
I think it was just your brain doing brain stuff to you.
Yeah, I don't think I pick it up as much anymore. Because initially I was like, I put in the new headphones and I was like, oh shit, I can hear equal audio now. My left earbud isn't like 30% lower than my right. Holy shit, the dissonance. And I think because of that, when I talked while listening, I guess my voice just rang clearer because my left ear was working harder, or I had like pushed that earbud in just a little bit more so that I can actually hear it somewhat evenly. And again, yeah, my ear probably doing extra work. But now that it's not, it was like, wow, do I just talk that loud? And I guess I do. It's really weird how the ears are. The ears are weird. But yeah. But it's also because the XLR has a setting where you can make it so that you can monitor your own microphone. So like I'd be able to hear myself. So then I started wondering if that was somehow on, even though I don't have it set to do that. That's why I had a moment where I was like, the fuck's going on?
Definitely keep an eye on that. Cosmos' elemental data structure duplicates that of the human brain. So something like that's certainly not out of the question. She was empathizing with Momo back there. I wonder what her subconscious waves were like. Flatline. Oh well, nothing here at all.
Well, what's the matter, Chief? You didn't come down to the beach just to stare at a screen all day, did you?
Fucking loser. Fuck kind of bathing suit?
Why don't you come and play with us?
Sorry. In a bit.
God, wasn't.
Working on Cosmos?
Are you in the fucking 1920s, bro? Like, what the fuck is. What are you wearing?
Black box areas that even you can analyze.
Black box?
Yeah. We're painstakingly
Like, dude, just wear some sweat trunks and a fucking t-shirt like normal people. What are you wearing?
Yeah.
The only person who knew everything about
They just want to make him look like a loser.
Don't talk about me
Yeah,
like
they
that.
really do.
Not you.
You don't understand his Chad fashion.
Guinan and Junior are father and son? They look a little too
Man, this man is the embodiment of whoever's preying on my downfall. Please stop. You've already won.
Father said Junior's his illegitimate son, or...
I don't think he's a clone. Their genome arrays are a little too different for that.
Wow. You can actually see that, Momo?
I'm an observational realian. They're more than just siblings, or father and son.
If he had a mustache he'd look like a confident Chad, but he doesn't, so he's just a dweeb.
Yeah.
Their DNA only has to differ by 0.1% to make them different people, right?
Hey, who's an illegitimate son?
Man, this beach is really great. It doesn't feel artificial at all.
It's our latest product. You can even change the weather. You can't have blue skies all the time, right?
Yay, because that's what I want.
Yeah, because that's what. Yeah, we want a thunderstorm when we go to the fucking beach.
I mean, a cloudy day would be nice.
Fucking dweeb with his fucking dweeby ass swimsuit, like a dweeb. Holy dweebus!
What a loser! Let's point and laugh at him. Wait a minute! I just realized this kid's got the fucking remote. This is controlling the whole area, right?
Yeah.
So everybody else just has to deal with this shit.
I just really hate those.
Yep.
I'm gonna pretend to be God now to prove a point.
I'm also here.
Who are you again?
The smallest of booty shorts is on chaos. Of all people.
His swim booty shorts are actually longer than his normal ones.
Nah.
Could the fucking picture quality on that thing be any more shitty? I can barely make out the fact that he's a person.
It's the year 6000, Nightshade. We're not there yet.
Oh god, okay, I can actually see him now.
This is also a game that hasn't had any sort of re-release or remaster since the early 2000s. The video quality can only be so good.
Mm.
But look, a black man, we finally have one of those.
Oh man.
They still exist.
Yeah.
In the year 6000? Yeah.
True enough. And one more thing. We have
it's Jet.
Subcommittee's 100 series prototype.
From Cowboy Bebop.
How did that wind up in your hands?
Oh, him, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Passenger freighters rescued her 76 hours ago.
Is the ability to attract that sort of coincidence another one of your special powers?
Not a coincidence, but a probability, as a certain acquaintance might say. Anyway, I'm concerned with what the UTIC organization is up to. You may want to step up your precautions.
I'll see what I can sniff out from the UMN Administration Bureau. We can locate any large-scale gate jumps from there.
Excellent idea. Assuming they have no emulators in their possession. The odds are that they'll go after the original sealed on Old Milsha. Not to mention...
Udu.
I don't know what their ultimate goal is. But we can't allow that thing to reawaken again, no matter what.
Understood. We'll prepare for your arrival. I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
The asteroid Pleroma.
Current output is 5.806 LPP. Not even 3% of the required levels.
In other words, you're saying it's impossible to open the door to Lost Jerusalem.
Open the door? It's doubtful whether we can even find it. I've told you repeatedly that the emulators were mere supplements. You're the one who ignored that. Because of you, we've lost a valuable asset. I've done what I can with what we have, but it's not going to make much difference. Even Mizrahi couldn't pull this off without the original.
So, Have you finally come to acknowledge that lunatic's work?
I'm just being objective. No one in the universe is as knowledgeable in this field as he was.
We can't keep our commander waiting any longer. We'll proceed with Plan 401.
Plan 401, huh? That seems a bit extreme.
Oh.
100 series that Helmer's protege is babysitting.
Trav, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Record of Mizrahi's research, but the access code for the UMN transfer column to the sealed area of Old Milsha also resides in it. Treat it too roughly, and you'll lose everything.
I'm well aware of the importance of Milsha and the Y data. That's why I'm using him.
I do not like him. His eyes share the same look as Mizrahi's.
The same as yours.
Well, I'll be waiting for the good news.
Pellegrini, secure a channel to our commander. I want to report this and discuss our plans for manipulating the committee.
I see. So what do you want me to do?
The situation is proceeding as planned. Don't interfere with it for now. Of course. I can't imagine the second Milshan government and the Kukai Foundation will simply hand it over. If the situation warrants, we may have to use the Song of Nephilim.
Now this is a surprise. I thought you hated it with a passion.
I'm just saying even your toys have their uses.
Then why don't you join me? We can enjoy the show together.
Thanks, I'll pass. I don't share your perverse taste in hobbies.
Yeah, right, you gutless bastard.
Albedo. A URTV. A monster born of life recycling. There are plenty of mentally unstable life recycling variants out there. Just as Cherenkov was one of them. If he starts getting impatient and moves on his own...
You needn't worry about that. Time means nothing to him. The only thing that interests him is that Realia.
Are you really going to use the Song of Nephilim?
Pellegrini, have you ever heard it? That song draws everything unto madness.
Milsha. I never thought I'd come back under these situations.
Chief, is something wrong?
Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. How's that, Cosmos?
Fine. There are no problems.
Make a
Please
drinking
continue.
game out of how many times she says, "Oh, it's nothing" in this game.
Once again, it's nothing.
You're fucking wasted.
We will soon be entering the Milshan star system.
Hee.
We will be entering orbit at 1400 hours local time. Second Milsha Spaceport Flight Control, transmitting flight plan, requesting permission to dock.
Hey, Momo. Yes? What is it?
We'll be going our separate ways once we get to second Milsha, right?
Yes?
I don't know if Realians believe in carrying charms or not, but... Here, take this. It's for luck.
It's so pretty. What is it?
A bullet.
It's a bullet from a long time ago. Look. It's got a good luck phrase on it. Sayonara, baby.
Thank you. I'll keep it safe.
Oh, wait. Hold on a sec.
I used space magic to make it a necklace.
There we go. Try it on.
Hooray.
Or a bracelet.
Wow! You can do things like that too? That's wonderful.
It kind of tires me out a bit, though.
What a strange welcome. Are they escorting us in this time?
They're blocking the way? This is no welcome.
Confirm photon torpedo detonation in immediate vicinity. We're being surrounded by a fleet of Federation vessels.
As you can see from this video, the Kukai Foundation has engaged in what is clearly an act of aggression against the 117th Marine Division. From the events that followed, we can only come to the conclusion that this was an act of rebellion orchestrated by the Foundation's creators, the Second Miltian government. In light of these troubling events, we hereby enter a motion for the following. Per Article 104, an emergency suspension of the vested rights of Second Miltia's autonomous government.
I'd like to add that the 422nd Fleet from Gedalia has been dispatched to the scene in order to surround and contain both the Kukai Foundation and Second Miltia.
Hold on there. Won't that constitute an unauthorized use of force?
The deployment is in accordance with the Federation Emergency Powers Act. It is fully within our powers.
I would think that the Kukai Foundation possessing that level of weaponry is a far greater problem in and of itself.
Perhaps they were heroes during the conflict, or whatever in the past. But the current situation is a result of letting them have their way for so long. The Zohar belong to the entire Federation. Why should Second Miltia have sole control?
The decision to turn the artifacts of old Miltia over to an impartial third party was decided by vote 14 years ago.
We're talking about the dangers of it being monopolized by a corporation.
The Kukai Foundation was converted after the completion of the post-war cleanup and their own disarmament. Since taking on their current name and converting to a business, their primary source of income has become entertainment and tourism. How could they possibly have a vested interest in the Zohar?
You call that disarmed?
It's just enough for self-defense. Think back to the reason the organization was formed. Not only that,
remember, corporations are people too.
Can we be certain these accusations aren't merely jealousy on the part of a state that didn't receive post-war government handouts?
How dare you?
I've heard rumors that Miltia was secretly involved not only with the
How
current
dare you?
planetary
I more than dare. I
but also with
accuse.
other recent developments, including the Anti-Gnosis Zohar project.
I'd like to hear the contact subcommittee's thoughts on all this. Dr. Mizrahi?
Man rumors.
We moved the
Neat.
100 series reality to Second Miltia in accordance with the original plan. We're following the protocols.
But I wonder, have you forgotten that it was Miltia that produced the lunatic that summoned the Gnosis?
Awful unprofessional to bring up rumors in an official setting.
I sympathize with your desire to defend your late husband, but perhaps you are too deeply involved in this situation.
I would not have expected my presence here to be misconstrued in such a manner.
Oh, really? This is just post-war governmental policy. You understand the Federation if you continue. Jealousy on the part of the state, that's all.
Order! Order!
Shut the fuck up, all of you!
Representative Helmer, I'd like to hear about the situation from the Second Miltian government.
I'd say this is unbecoming, but I look at our modern Congress and go, actually carry on.
Suspicion of violating Article 798, Chapter 37, Collection and Concealment of Defense Information, and Article 2153, Chapter 105, Acts of Aggression against Federation Vessels, and hereby revoke all rights previously granted. Shut down your engines and relinquish your weapons immediately.
Acts of aggression against Federation vessels?
Furthermore, should the Miltian government allow the Kukai Foundation to dock the Durandal, we will issue a state of emergency notice under Article 2384, Chapter 115, Part 18, Conspiracy to aid insurrection.
It looks like they think the Durandal conspired with the Miltian government in an attack on the Federation fleet.
Huh? What Federation fleet?
Hey, check out the network news on the sub-monitor! You're not gonna believe this!
On the morning of the 21st, it appears that the 177th Marine Division flagship Woglinde of the Galaxy Federation's Tessadora Division came under attack by a heavily armed ship belonging to the Kukai Foundation.
The Woglinde? What? I thought the Gnosis attack had been reported already.
The company has been identified as operating in conjunction with the Second Miltian government, and considerations for the possibility of treason have forced the Federation Parliament to dispatch...
They did a good job doctoring that video. But how did they synchronize the battle coordinates as well?
Damn! That's from when we fought the UTIC organization. Those bastards were recording it.
I see. That would explain how the absolute coordinates match. I guess that's their indisputable proof. Even I'm starting to think that we did it.
Considering the situation, you don't sound
Guys, did we do it?
Are we actually the baddies?
Confirmation. Elements of the UTIC organization have infiltrated both the Federation government and the military.
Which means their next target is...
This is such a blatant lie, it's ludicrous. As survivors, if we testify...
They'll just claim that you survived because you were in on the conspiracy.
This is insane! Do you think this is why headquarters hasn't communicated with us?
Captain Lapis Roman of the Galaxy Federation Special Ops Command Headquarters, Intelligence Bureau. I hereby place the ship under custody of the Galaxy Federation. I understand you're from the Woglinde. I'll take you in as witnesses. All Vector property will be temporarily confiscated as evidence.
Cosmos!
Here's the 100 series Realian under warrant.
Hey, don't hurt her! Ugh.
Detain them in a single room and watch them carefully.
All of them?
Splitting them up will only serve to underman our guard posts. Investigate as much of the ship as possible before we rendezvous with the others.
Yes, ma'am.
Guinan Kukai, you are hereby under arrest for suspicion of treason against the Galaxy Federation. Come with me.
As you wish.
It's all orchestrated too well.
Huh?
The fleet deployment came too quickly. They must have been prepared to ensure that Momo would return to them, regardless of what happened. Or perhaps ensnaring Second Miltia was part of their plan from the very beginning.
As a neutral territory, Second Miltia was invested with a whole bunch of rights and legal privileges after the Miltian conflict. There are a whole lot of folks who still have problems with that. Even outside of the UTIC organization.
The asteroid where Momo was imprisoned. I wondered where the information about that place came from. Now it seems like it was all part of the plan from the very beginning.
Do you mean from when Mommy sent you to rescue me?
You don't think there are UTIC members within the subcommittee itself?
It's not inconceivable. Perhaps it was the very person who arranged for Momo's rescue, Dr. Yuri Mizrahi herself.
No! Mommy would never do something like that!
Alan?
Sorry.
open it.
Helmer?
Sorry to keep you waiting, Guinan. I'm in a somewhat difficult position myself at the moment, but I'm doing what I can with the Federation Parliament. Now, the woman beside you is Captain Lapis Roman. Several years ago, I sent her to infiltrate the military in order to keep tabs on the UTIC members within it. She is one of my most trusted subordinates.
Always prepared, aren't you?
Caution is something that comes naturally with age. Captain Roman will investigate the Durandal's records before someone modifies them. Please assist her.
Understood. I'll give her the Durandal's master key.
Sir, there's an EPR comm from the CEO of Vector.
Vector? All right, I'll take it. If you'll excuse me, I'll let you know if there are any developments.
Busy as always.
Not half as much as you.
It's good to see you again, Representative Helmer.
Likewise, Mr. Wilhelm. We haven't spoken since you resigned as Executive Committee Director.
I'm well aware of the situation. Allow me to make a recommendation to the Parliament as well.
Mr. Wilhelm, you're too kind.
Actually, my concerns have even prompted me to dispatch the Damarung, which is currently underway to the Milshan system.
Your concerns?
This incident. Surely you've realized by now that...
There's no question of the UTIC organization's involvement in it.
Exactly. Given that, it can only mean they're after one thing. The original Zohar in stasis on Milsha, and...
Udu.
Udu is just a funny name. I can't take it seriously.
I like every time I see it, I'm like, ooh, oh, Udo. Like that would be better. But Udu is just like, oh. Is that what you chose?
Yeah.
The year 6000.
It just sounds
names are
weird.
different now.
Is the Discord stream like buffering for anyone else?
Is it buffering?
It's that voodoo that voodoo.
Is it buffering for you
Maybe
guys?
it's just it might just be me.
And I can restart it for you guys. One sec. Would you? Here, I'll restart it for you guys. Maybe.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you guys read. There we go.
Tell him that we'll lend him Cosmos for a while, and he can use her as he sees fit. We still have time before the Zohar project
Is it working fine now?
And in the worst case scenario,
Okay,
she'll
perfect.
definitely be of use. We'll have the 2nd R&D division and the tactical sim lab provide support.
Are you sure? Isn't that top secret?
It's a calculated risk. From our point of view, the more real-world data we get, the better.
All right. I'll convey your message to Master Guinan.
Thank you. Good day, then.
It's especially when you have a voice like that saying it becomes really funny.
Yeah, it just sounds funny.
Udu.
I am an agent working for Representative Helmer of the 2nd Milshan Parliament. He's also with us. We can go into detail later, but for now I'll just debrief you on the current situation. You are presently under the custody of the Federation government and the military. I'll be honest with you. The way things are now, within a few hours, she'll be turned over to anti-Milshan forces. Specifically, the UTIC organization. Soon after, the 2nd Milshan government will be stripped of all its authority. At this moment, Representative Helmer is working with the leaders of the Milshan Parliament to buy us additional time. However, our opponent's skillful manipulation requires us to find concrete proof of your innocence.
But how?
That's the question. We need something that would give conclusive evidence of your innocence.
conclusive evidence. What about the Woglinde's black box?
We've already recovered that. Unfortunately, sometime after the final gate out, it was modified to be exactly the same as the video recording down to the time axis.
Not to mention, I shot up the database on that UTIC battleship.
What about the Durandal's database? A record of the battle against the UTIC should still be there. Can't we use that to prove our innocence?
Is that a standard database?
Yeah.
Is that a problem?
Yes. Standard databases are too easily modified. I'm not certain how reliable they would be as evidence. If we had something that even the owner couldn't change, say a system with a AAA class encryption, then maybe.
What? AAA? You don't find systems with that kind of protection just lying around? For something like that, you need the Federation government's mother frame, or the UMN operating system. What?
We have one.
Oh, Cosmos.
Cosmos?
Yes. Cosmos database has a recording of the battle against the Gnosis on board the Woglinde. If we enter that as evidence...
Yeah, but in order to copy the record, we need the keys from both the Federation government and headquarters.
By diving into the Encephalon and experiencing the record ourselves, we can make a copy through the connection gear.
But that's impossible without the dive equipment.
How about the service module simple dive unit?
You've got to be kidding! Besides, that's a violation of protocol.
We don't have any other choice, do we? Oh, I am so sick and tired of protocol.
But...
The real question is, how do we get to Cosmos?
That'll open any locked doors you come across. I'll just say that we were careless. But to make it look legitimate, you'll need to knock me out.
You sure?
Otherwise, no one would believe it, right?
You have a point.
Damn. Didn't think she was cool like that.
Oh yeah, now she's...
She's pretty cool yet.
Yeah, this lady just fucking point you in the gut like that. You're a real one. You're a real one.
Homie.
Alan, handle backup for me, alright?
Roger. Opening interconnection. Get a grip. Don't worry. I'll back you up no matter what happens.
Thanks. Ready, Cosmos?
I don't see how it would reflect everyone. It would react to everyone around them when she's the one that puts on the funny helmet, but sure, sci-fi. That's something I thought was a little funny. It was just like, wait, but she put on the headset, so like, why is everybody else seeing it too?
Magic.
Yeah, space magic.
All right, Shion. Let's go home.
We're not going to see Mom?
No. Not today. We'll visit her tomorrow, okay?
Okay. Wait. Don't go. You cannot go. That's right. This was the last day you spent together with your father. I've been waiting a long time for you. We have much to talk about.
Man, the evidence you submitted is just your tragic backstory and trauma. It proves we're innocent.
No way. It can't be.
Junior?
No doubt about it. They're URTV.
I see. It would appear that this is more than just a hallucination. What is this place? Do you recognize it? Junior?
What?
I'm asking you if you recognize this place.
Just had a simple question, dude. Chill.
Yeah, I do. If this isn't an illusion, and my memory's correct, this is Milsha from 14 years ago.
Where are you going?
I wonder what's troubling him. It looks as though he's trying to chase after those people.
I'm sure he has his reasons. Nonetheless, we don't know what's going on, and we can't let him go off alone.
You've been waiting? For us? Chaos. Alan.
Chief, where are we?
Who are you? I am Nephilim. That's what I have been called. Ever since I existed in this form.
That doesn't tell us anything. That says nothing.
didn't mean to. Damn it. What the hell is this? What's going on here?
So you're saying this really is Milsha?
Yes. A world of unbroken memories slumber at the depths of your consciousness. Cosmos has sensed this and recreated it. This world, it is also Cosmos memory as well.
Cosmos memory? No, that's not.
Memories do not belong solely to one person, and they are not fixed to just one location.
No, I mean... It's... The original Cosmos was...
destroyed during that incident 2 years ago. Someone dear to you as well.
Hooray.
Joyful memories form only one half of the whole. Only when they are combined together with the other half can your consciousness truly take form. You must. No. All of you must.
I don't get it. Seemed pretty joyous to me.
Accept... our memories.
You must. Return to Milsha once again.
Please tell me. Why must I go to Milsha?
Only Cosmos knows the answer to that question. She is waiting for you there.
Cosmos is... out there?
Hey, wait up! Chief!
Are you sure this is what you want? There is no turning back.
I know. But... Xion... is vital to her.
And to you as well? What will you do?
It really does come off like Chaos knows so much more than he's willing to say.
Man, you've got to be kidding. What's wrong?
I mean, yet.
The UTIC organization Central Tower.
Mysterious dream girl seems to know him.
Yeah. The only thing that really... The only thing... Ah, shit, what the fuck? The only thing that really threw me off was, like, the thing where it was like, wait, these are Cosmos' memories, but she was never here. How would these be her memories? It's like, no, she sensed something was up in your memories, and now they're her memories. How does that make sense? Space. Like, that's... How is going into...
Maybe you programmed her and shut up.
Maybe you programmed her and shut up. because that's the thing that like if I'm to like it's one of those things of like, wait, no, let's actually look at what was said. They go into Cosmos's brain so they can find the footage of the fight with the UTIC organization to discredit because they're being falsely accused of something, and because of how encrypted Cosmos's brain is, there'd be no way for them to manipulate the footage. It's as pure as the footage is. But in going into Cosmos's brain, they end up in this version of Milsha that took place 14 years ago, when Shion was a child, and there's no way Cosmos would have been built at this time. Yet Cosmos has these memories. Me have question. Are you a Pokemon fan? Yeah, I just haven't played a Pokemon game in a while.
Somebody say Pokemon?
Yeah, there it is. But yeah, that's... So then when the question is asked, how would she have these memories? She wasn't there. The answer she's literally given is, memories don't belong to just one person. That doesn't answer anything. Do you think Ben 10 can scan and transform into a Pokemon? I don't care.
Also, no.
No, probably not. I don't know shit about Ben 10.
It's not really supposed to, and to be fair, Final Fantasy IX does similar with memory.
I'm just being real, Ark. This is a little bit of an off-topic question to just randomly ask.
Memoria is all about that collective unconscious.
I guess that is a good point, but I feel like you don't have to worry about apologizing, Ark. Again, I'm being blunt because I just kind of want to, I guess, set it straight here. I don't mind the random question. I don't know anything about Ben 10. And I don't know how that correlates with Pokemon. Just doing a survey. Sure. Sure. Okay, anywho. Now here's the thing. I feel like with 9, it was better explained though, Lynn, because when it came to...
there's definitely something going on with it being specifically Shin's memory, as opposed to some substantial historic event.
Yeah, because it's like, when it comes to 9, if I'm remembering where this came from in 9, it was because that whole like race of Zidane monkey people were all kind of created. They didn't really have a consciousness or anything like that, so they could just have linked memories because it was easier that way, isn't it? Or am I remembering what the fuck that even was with 9? I probably don't remember.
Oh, Memoria is on the path to the crystal in the depths of the World Tree.
Okay. Then yeah, I don't fucking remember. Simple answer, yes. Also, hi, Alala. Yeah, but, I don't know. Then. I'm probably mistaking it with something else then. I don't remember it in the context of 9, so it probably wasn't, ironically enough, it wasn't memorable. So, I'm gonna be real with you, Lynn.
Leave.
No, I'm gonna be real with you, Lynn. That last part of 9, that last bit of 9 just kinda happens. That very last bit of 9 just kinda happens. Like, I was starting in funny fun fantasy adventure and shit, and then suddenly monkeys and shit. I don't fucking remember. So, never mind then, I guess. Anywho, my main point being, so far, again, this is where the game or the story has not explained to us why Shion's over decades old memories are in Cosmos, who is nowhere near that old. And like Shion even mentioned, it can't even be these Cosmos' memories because she's the second Cosmos we made. The first one I destroyed. But sure, memories don't belong to just one person.
The sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged every man according to their works.
That voice. That's Daddy. Daddy!
What? Oh, stop. Where are you going?
It's not one-to-one obviously, I'm just pointing out that the idea of memory being something that exists like some kind of extant force beyond the individual who holds them is actually pretty common in fiction.
Okay. That's what you mean. Okay, well, I don't remember.
That's what Akasha is in Fate.
Oh.
Kind of like a collective unconscious kind of thing.
Like a collective conscious. Well, here's the thing: isn't Akasha essentially
and it's
like
what Udu is here?
And it's what Udu is here. Okay, because I was gonna say, I was like, isn't Akasha kind of like considered like the Great Archive?
Yep.
I didn't know that had to be like a collective memory thing. I thought it was just like a wellspring of knowledge.
I was under the impression that it was like
But Fate is another but Fate is also another obnoxiously convoluted franchise.
Sure is.
Yeah.
But like I love Fate.
You're putting it mildly.
I love the Fate franchise, but it's obnoxiously over convoluted.
But yet Akasha is just the memory of the world basically.
Okay. Okay. That didn't age well, just yelling out daddy. Well, to be fair, in the case of Momo, that's actually the person who created her. Like that's her father. If we start talking Fate, I'm gonna go mentally dip so hard. No, we're not talking about Fate, Fate, alala. We're more so now just talking about, and very briefly, talking about media that have utilized the idea of a collective subconscious, a ultimate source of knowledge. I'm gonna be real with you, Lynn. Hive mind, not quite hive mind. Hive mind, not quite. I was gonna say, I'm gonna be real with you, Lynn. I would not have known that that's what the fucking what they keep talking about when they mention Udu. That I didn't think that was what they were talking about when it was like everyone's memories are connected in one way. Everyone only has like half of their memories and shit. This is what I mean by the game. When it comes time for the game to explain, it doesn't. But when it's time to exposition, the game takes all its fucking sweet time and throws so much at you at once. But again, we're also considering that this is the first part of what was supposed to be a series of games. So maybe all these loose ends were supposed to be eventually neatly tied up in subsequent entries, because again, at no point do they explain what the fuck Udu is. They just say it funny. If they have explained what Udu is so far, I do not remember. And we're 5 hours into the cutscenes in the game. Like, has anyone else heard them mention Udu and explain what it is?
Not in what I've seen. I know I missed a chunk, but...
They haven't yet. It's just a mysterious thing that's supposed to be mysterious.
Okay. Yeah, because that's the thing here. I'm also trying to give benefit of the doubt that they throw these proper nouns at us because they're going to explain them later when they actually start becoming relevant.
I would
like
assume
it's world building, foreshadowing, and the trail of breadcrumbs. But so, and this being the first entry
But
of the
they
game,
give context clues quite a bit, and usually you can infer what it is before it outright tells you.
I get that. I totally do, and I get that. It's kind of like with the Cherenkov. It's kind
It
of
likes
like,
to not treat you like you're dumb.
I get that. And I'm not gonna say that's a bad thing, but it's also kind of not a good thing. That is why, in particular with me, it can be very hard for me to get into sci-fi. It's that sort of thing that made it so that when I was first watching Doctor Who, I couldn't marathon it. I couldn't watch more than 3 or 4 episodes of Doctor Who at a time. Like,
God, I remember watching that.
Like, again, I enjoy sci-fi, but it also needs to consider that not everyone is carrying around a textbook of its lore and, like, everything going on. I shouldn't feel like I'm sitting in a lecture hall when it's telling me its story.
Shouldn't need to take notes.
Exactly.
Do homework.
Like, when it comes to this game, to me, the most boring cutscenes are when it's a table of no unnamed characters all sitting around talking about something. Where again, it seems like expedition, it seems important because they're throwing names, they're throwing, things here and there, and I know in some case later on they bring them up and it's like, oh, it's that thing they talked about in that last cutscene. And I get that. But they're boring.
A lot of the time you don't actually need all that. Sci-fi uses a bunch of jargon, but in the end you get most of it based on vibes.
And this is, again, and this is mostly me, a personal thing. That's to me the weakest thing with sci-fi. That's where sci-fi drops the ball. I'm sorry. That's just to me where the weakest part of sci-fi is that it needs to explain all this stuff to you, and then it turns out that it's actually not that important. And yet I'm sitting here trying to pay attention to it, trying to remember all of this, but it's just there. That's those things that, especially now, the second pass around, now that I finished the first game and I'm watching these cutscenes, looking back at some of those cutscenes where it's like, wow, this cutscene really didn't help the plot, did it? Or maybe it does and the payoff is in the second and third game, but right now it's not. And then they're also, again, just not interesting cutscenes.
Okay.
Like, again, that's just kind of how I feel. Not with every cutscene, again. It's mostly in the cutscenes where it's like the parliament or whoever these apparently really important people are talking, but I don't know what they're talking about.
Nah, I get what you mean.
Where it's like, I want to be invested and I want to know what these things are. And okay, yeah, maybe I'm just too stupid for sci-fi then, because I'm not picking up the vibe. I don't know.
Daddy? Is that really him?
That's Joachim Mizrahi, without a doubt.
That's Joachim Mizrahi.
This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Rejoice, all ye! The time for feasting has come!
Died reciting the Bible.
Splat.
All this before me. Is this really Milsha from 14 years ago?
Me being sent to the gay dimension? Yeah. We were sent to the funny bunny forest. The music just stopped.
What the fuck? That was hilarious.
Church? Junior!
We ran out of
No
music.
more
budget.
music.
How did you all get here?
Beats me.
Stiff as a board.
As soon as you died, everything went all hazy. And the next thing I knew, we were here.
Really funny when it switches cuts scenes like that.
There were all sorts of visions.
Did we all get pulled into the Chief's encephalon dive?
That's impossible. None of you were connected.
If Cosmos Oscillation Pulse caused a countercurrent to flow through the dive unit, it's not inconceivable.
Maybe Cosmos.
Contact types, after all.
That's gonna be the...
The simple dive unit couldn't handle that great a load.
Prepare for that to be the reason for everything that doesn't make sense now. Because Cosmos.
There would have to be some other external force.
It actually makes things a lot easier to understand.
A long time.
Just because Cosmos.
Regardless
And
of how we
Jesus.
got here, this is Cosmos mainframe. Our memories found a common resonance within her, and resulted in the creation of this world. That's what it feels like to me.
But I don't remember ever being in a place like this.
I wonder if perhaps memories, in other words, events that occurred in the past.
Spoiler alert, Cosmos is not actually Jesus.
When they resonate with others
Oh, well, I
that
didn't
try
think
different
Cosmos
lines into time
was
and
Jesus.
space. If you think about it in those terms,
Oh,
it
I
isn't
know.
quite so odd that both my memories and those of Alan are not reflected here.
So, what you're saying is, this world is constantly changing based on the experiences people share in time and space?
A world made up of our past, as glimpsed through the mind of Cosmos.
So, it's all an illusion? There's no difference between illusion and reality to the person experiencing it.
Just saying, because Cosmos and because Jesus are, in fact, different things that things are because of. Hooray.
Chief.
All of you must accept the entirety of your memories.
Also shut up, Shin, that's stupid and wrong.
Someone's here.
Yes, it is an illusion.
Those clothes. Is she a Realian?
Yes. She definitely seems to be a Realian, but I also sense something different.
Is this based on one of our memories too, Chief? Chief?
Are you a Realian?
Yes. My name is Febronia.
I came to take care of this church because I longed for a place where Realians could find peace.
Fabronia. Do you know her?
I know you. I know you. But no, I don't want to remember. It's follow me, Shion.
This very blurry door.
Open that door. You will come face to face with yourselves.
Textureless door.
It will be an experience.
Not important.
Sorrow and pain, but it is, both to you and to us, a very, very important experience.
This is inside of the chief's soul?
And then we, by which I mean you, grinded for like 4 hours to be able to get past this boss.
I fucking hated this boss.
This is the Acute Neurosis Treatment Facility. A place you know well.
That fuck-ass boss.
Where Mom was hospitalized.
Yes. A place where painful, sorrowful memories linger. I wonder, can you face them?
The song is mirror, mirror on the wall, show me, define me. I am the infinite telomerase. I am not an anti-existence. I am the perfect chain.
Those are certainly words you called yourself.
What's wrong with you two? Hey, Chief! What is that?
And then we defeated it. And it just goes away.
Something things keep evolving into crabs.
The crab is the ultimate life form.
I am sorry, Shion. I know it was hard for you. But there
Green sleeves yo.
Yep.
two of you.
Green
The woman
sleeves.
sitting over there isn't me. It's just an image created for the girls. An illusion.
Hell yeah, public domain song.
This is their world. Created solely for Cecily and Kat. I am using Cosmos' encephalon construction abilities to show it to all of you.
But they seem to be so happy.
Would you say that?
With this one
If
tree.
you were to see this. This is just an illusion that traps them here. A binding spell created by mankind to control the Zohar. But as far as they know, this world is reality. I want you to release my sisters. Please. For the future of the Realians as well.
The future of the Realians? Not just for their future, but for the future of humans, non-humans, and all matter of living consciousness. Feb and I can only exist in this world of consciousness. We can only come into contact with the real world for a short time. That is why I called for all of you, so that the future may be changed.
Change? The future?
Chaos here like skill issue.
Eh.
Milsha. That's Cosmos.
That stream of energy is the consciousness known as Udu.
What? Udu?
Udu was the source of the space-time anomaly that engulfed Milsha 14 years ago. What you just saw was a vision of the future, where Udu encounters Cosmos in the form in which she was meant to be. Udu will awaken soon. He feeds upon the consciousness of those who intend to awaken him, as well as those who wish to seek him.
It's gonna wake up soon.
The future you just saw is but one of an infinite set of potential phenomena. But that does not mean that the future is already set. Even the smallest of waves can spread throughout the whole. Phenomena change with every moment, just like a drifting wave.
Are you saying that we're that wave?
Yet before it all begins, I wanted you to face your pasts. But I see you are not ready yet. I am sorry.
But why us?
Shion, you were once touched by a gnosis.
Huh?
Despite Despite that,
Well, since you asked such an obvious question, I'm just going to continue.
that is why. That's why. There will be a time when I can discuss why. If you go back to Melcha, the place where it all began.
Hell yeah, thanks, Siri bot.
You will see.
Wait!
Good bot. I've been getting quite a couple spam bobs, but freaking Siri's been just on ball. It's awesome.
Nice.
Good.
Cosmos. So, this is your...
This location will be relevant later.
You're still telling me she's not Jesus?
Sure isn't.
If not Jesus, then why'd she do the thing?
Why
The
on
Jesus
cross?
Disarming. Subconscious domain protection.
Wow, sermon was really crazy today, guys.
Ha.
Morning. Cosmos?
Good morning, Xian.
Well, looks like we all managed to make it back.
Chief! Oh, I'm so relieved you're okay.
Alan? I present to you the memory bank data from the Anti-Gnosis Humanoid Weapons System KPX Cosmos. Protection level AAA, with no possibility of alteration.
Memory bank data accepted. Please remain within the Miltian star system until you're cleared of all charges.
Phew. Well, I am sure glad that escapade's over and done with.
You don't look very happy. Did something happen?
Huh? Yeah. You could say that. I still can't believe it.
We've got another friend of yours to release too.
Master Guinan! Master Guinan! Hey.
You've done well.
No big deal. But it sure brought back a lot of bad memories.
I like how he's just like, I've gotten my bitches back.
Yeah, he's...
They're like, oh my god, Master Guinan!
Indeed.
Just walks along with a bitch at each arm.
What's wrong?
Well, if that girl
The motherfucking PIMP.
then things are gonna get real busy real soon.
She was crying, wasn't she? I think that's only the second time I've ever seen her cry. No matter what happens, she never shares her pain with anyone. It's times like these when I'm reminded that I'm nothing but a subordinate to her. I wish I could take her tears away. Maybe. Someday.
You will, Alan. Someday.
Maybe in the next game.
For you to say.
If you're in it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you definitely will, Alan, for sure.
Don't worry. I'll think about if I should comfort her again when you're not around. At this point, I've had more touching moments with her than you.
Too nice. Yes.
Like, she grabbed my hand and everything. She hasn't touched you at all willingly.
They've completed their review of Cosmos' subconscious domain records today, and the Federation fleet is preparing to leave the area. The charges against Second Militia and the Kukai Foundation will be officially dropped tomorrow. That's quite a job you pulled off there.
We couldn't have done it without you. You have my thanks.
Oh my god, the texture on that chair.
Texture
and they're just
everywhere.
sleeping in his fucking office.
It's pretty bad.
Quite important.
Yes. I doubt they'll stand by and let her go that easily. You'd better be careful.
Right. Now, I wonder what they're going to try next.
It's just really crazy seeing, like, how the models themselves are usually pretty clear, but the textures everywhere else are like...
Yeah, the character model, like the design on his
nice and clear.
suit was, yeah.
It reminds me of when like Steam releases a fucking PlayStation 1 remaster. But or it reminds me of like the Final Fantasy 8 remaster or the Final Fantasy 10 or even like the Final Fantasy 9 remaster where they kind of polished up the models, but that was it. But this is PS2, so that it's like, what happened? It's really interesting to see.
I am so fired. Momo. She looks so sad.
Chief. So, why don't we go grab a bite to eat? Shelly told me about this great cafe.
I'm sorry. I don't have much of an appetite right now. Guess I'm not quite myself either. Nephilim, Fabronia, and her sisters. What does she mean? Release them. And Cosmos and Udu. All this facing the past stuff. What am I supposed to do? Oh. I don't understand any of it.
The vermin have eluded the trap. Prepare yourself.
So we'll finally hear it. The song. I can't wait for that wonderful song.
Guinan. That's...
It can't be. The Song of Nephilim?
No!
Huh? Chaos.
That song, they mustn't allow it to play.
Oh, so other people can hear it. Okay.
Yeah, no, the song is diegetic.
Yeah, I just thought it was the soundtrack, and then
I
they
thought
just
it was
started
too
addressing
until
it,
people
I'm
were
like,
actually like reacting when the vocals came up, and it was like we could actually hear it. And then in the part of the game where you turn it off, you don't hear those vocals anymore, and everybody's like, "Yes, it stopped." And I was like, "Wait, that was diegetic?"
Hee hee hee.
Large-scale gate out. Repeat, large-scale gate out. The UN
I have a question
Hmm?
about this.
Yeah.
What at this point in the story, what is the main cast's like current objective? Like, what are they doing?
So what they're trying to do is get to Milsha, to second Milsha.
Okay.
But for some reason, stuff. Because Cosmos.
Okay. What is on Milsha that they're trying to get to?
So Cosmos needs to go to second Milsha. Because after what happened with the Woglinde, that it got attacked by Gnosis and Shion and Alan and Cherenkov got out, originally Cosmos was just gonna leave them there. And when she found the Elsa, she was like, "You're taking me to second Milsha." Then, when Shion was able to connect to them, when they were able to connect to the escape pod, and Shion was like, "Cosmos, you need me, so you're taking me fucking with you." Then it was, we all have to go to second Milsha. Then, when it came to Shion eventually talking to the director and all that stuff, when she was like, why the fuck is Cosmos on a mission to go to second Milsha? They're like, we can't tell you, but I guess you can go with her. So Cosmos has a mission that she needs to go do on second Milsha.
That we still don't know.
That we don't know.
Okay. Gotcha.
So now it's just trying to get everybody there. Because eventually, again, when we see Ziggy and Momo...
And Nephilim is also like, hey, go to second Miltia and then I'll tell you stuff probably.
Yeah, so Nephilim also comes in and she's like, that you have to go back to Milsha. You have to go to second Milsha to fucking, your memories and shit. And then with Momo and Ziggy, whatever they were doing was also like, go to second Milsha. So everyone kind of started in their own point. Junior and the Kukai Foundation were a point. Alan, Cosmos, and Shion are a second point. Ziggy and Momo are a second point. And they're all converging in that they all need to go to second Milsha. But first and foremost, it's Cosmos has to go do something there that we don't know.
Okay.
And then
this whole time I just kind of like, okay, we're dealing with obstacles to a goal, and I feel like I missed what the goal was.
Yeah, no. At some point before we meet Junior, we get sucked into that big Gnosis planet where we find the Ariadne, where the whole thing with Cherenkov happened. Before he ended up joining I think the UTIC. And then after that, that's when Junior we join up with Junior and stuff, and then they get framed for the fight against UTIC with all that stuff with the Gnosis and all that. And then we got to the whole frame thing that was the whole go into Cosmos's brain arc. And now we're here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's if I'm recalling the plot. That's where I'm recalling the plot. So yeah, our Hour 1 was the Woglinde gets attacked, and we eventually and drifting off into space. Hour and a half to oh man. At some point in this chapter is Ziggy and Momo. And then fucking and then shit going on. Yeah, and then we find Ziggy and Momo, and then the whole thing with like them getting followed by the U-Tick. Yeah, there we go. So the fight with the U-Tick that was being recorded, I think, was the footage that was like being doctored and was used against them was, I think, that fight with the U-Tick, because it wasn't the Gnosis, the Gnosis planet. The U-Tick wasn't there. Were they?
Alright.
Yeah, again, that's where I'm trying to like construct a timeline here.
Yeah, the proper nouns and like the organizations and stuff,
they really muddy things.
I feel like I missed a lot of when they appeared for the first time.
Yeah, it was.
So I just kind of like, okay, U-Tick, it's an organization. I'll absorb information as it comes.
Yeah, so like, so U-Tick seems to be like some sort of federation. Vector seems to be a scientific branch of something. God, this is what I fucking mean by they don't explain shit properly. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Like, I just know that the Woglinde was a civilian vessel, that that was a military vessel with civilians in it. With Shion and Alan being in a certain portion of the ship because then they get attacked, meet up with the Elsa, then we cut to Momo and Ziggy, who is doing a job for somebody to get Momo from what I think was the U-Tick. And then they join the cast. And then we go to Junior, who I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering their chapter, we snuck onto a U-Tick ship and did some shit. Then we went back to the main cast where they get sucked up into the planet. And then we figure that shit out. Join up with Junior officially. Then we get framed for some shit. I don't know, Lynn, confirm. This plot's a mess.
We may have to abandon the Foundation. Is that acceptable?
I'll leave it to you. Evacuate all civilians into the Durandal!
Acknowledged. I'll make the announcement.
Where's Cosmos? If we activate the Hilbert effect, it could buy us some time for the evacuation.
Shion, did you call for me?
Cosmos, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Reports of Gnosis sighted in Colony Precinct 32. They've also penetrated Precincts 18 and 27.
What?
The Hilbert effect.
Affirmative. Activating Hilbert effect.
something. The Gnosis are going to take over the entire metropolis.
I'll help with the evacuation.
I'll go as well.
Cosmos, we're counting on you. I am happy to be of service. Good.
They're all so weak!
Momo! Hurry and get in!
I'm okay. I've got to help treat these injured people. This person's bleeding heavily.
All right, we'll come back for you soon!
How do all the people in that metropolis fit in this ship?
Close the wound now with some nano spray.
Oh, that took no time at all to get fucking ominous.
She's not back
Yeah.
yet? I thought she was with you.
She stayed behind to treat the
I
injured.
was like, oh well, she's staying behind, something bad's gonna happen.
Immediately.
We thought she'd
Yeah.
come back on her own.
Damn, where the hell is she? All right. I'll get our 100 series to start searching. They shouldn't have any trouble being the same model and all.
Thanks. We've eliminated the Gnosis within the colony, but there isn't any guarantee they won't be back.
Like, please stop giving me panty shots of the child-coded character.
It's so cold. What happened? Daddy? Daddy?
Oh! Oh! Heckin' Stella with a rate of 49. Hello, hello! How we doing?
Wow. Oh my god. Still
We are
in the
currently having a bit of a
beans.
cutscene movie night with an old game. It's confusing. You're still going? Holy moly.
So many beans.
We're about to watch someone get kidnapped by a weird flasher. Didn't kiss the frog. Didn't kiss the frog? Was there a frog?
Lizelle. From Baldur's Gate.
Oh.
Smell. It's so
I was playing. Oh.
It's faint, but it's coming from somewhere. Who's there?
Who's there? Proceeds to check.
I mean, you gotta check.
Yeah, no. I hear some weird shit. I'm out. Nah.
IX Codes, hello and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I broke up with Lizelle. Good. I actually don't know anything about Lizelle. She's probably nice.
Well,
but I guess not.
But
I guess not.
Is this Baldur's Gate 3 stuff?
No, I love her so much.
Oh.
But the bear, oh, the bear.
Surrounding the Kukai Foundation.
Lizelle is Bezo.
Damn, Helmer. The phantoms of Milsha really do follow in his wake, don't they? All turrets, adjust your sights to the Kukai Foundation. Destroy the source.
I'm not a fan of Lizelle's nose. She has a weird nose. I can't remember what race they are, but their nose is weird.
Yeah, the GIF usually have weird noses.
That's
Sorry, did you say Geth?
GIF Yankee.
GIF.
I was about to say. I was like, I don't want. I was like, what are they called? The Dothraki? But I was like, wait, that's Game of Thrones. I don't watch Game of Thrones, and yet I know so much.
What the Dothraki is.
The Dothraki is the Dothraki are the people that Daenerys Targaryen is essentially so the tribe of people that Daenerys Targaryen is forced to marry.
Yeah, I know what the Dothraki
yeah.
are.
Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
Right? That guy?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he looks like him. If it's not him, they look alike.
I remember them specifically because way back in the beginning, he like fucking took out the bro by pouring like liquid gold on his head.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Like I remember Lizelle because there was when Lily was playing Baldur's Gate, some people had asked her if she's ever going to draw an SFW for Baldur's Gate, and she was like, "Oh, I would love to." But pointed out that she was probably not going to draw any NSFW of Lizelle because she just does not like the GIF Yankee face. She was like, yeah, I need to like looking at the character for me to want to draw NSFW of them.
Liza, you'll have to forgive me, I don't know. Is that the I assume they look like a goblin, right?
It's the green lady with like black.
With the Voldemortish nose. It's like
Yeah.
It's not entirely a Voldemort nose because they have noses. It's just a lot smaller, more sunken in, and like points upwards a little bit. They have a cute lizard face.
If it's the one that I'm thinking
That
of, I
part's
would never have thought that would be a lizard. I thought that was like goblin or orcish.
Yeah, people call her a lizard or a frog, but
It's because they come from eggs, don't they?
They do, but they don't look anything like lizards.
Yeah, no,
I don't think they look like lizards.
The greenish skin is the only lizard-esque quality they have.
If you told me that she's supposed to be based off a lizard, I would never have guessed.
No, I don't think they're lizards. It's just they've got very, very high set small noses. The noses aren't proportionate to their faces. And I think that's why it's a little bit weird. And it takes some getting used to.
It's really attractive in pre-rendered cutscenes, but in-game upon the race, hard sell. I mean, I'd say yeah, everyone looks prettier in the pre-rendered stuff.
Like I can put it in our little stream chat, Nightshade. This is Lizelle. And like look at the nose. It just like it's the first thing you usually notice, and yeah, it's very
yeah, they do have a nose. Okay.
Yeah, it's like if the nose yeah.
Okay.
Like obviously there's that little area, that little cleft on top of your lips where like it looks like that general area has been pushed all the way to the top and then brought closer to where the bridge of your nose usually is, and then the nose just shrunk. And then yeah. I don't think it's really that bad, but I can see where some people don't like it. And then I see some people kind of fix this by just giving her a tiny nose. Also, thank you, Icock. Yeah, there are some people that have modded it so that Lizelle has a normal nose, because not many people are into it. The fan art that you just showed, Claire, again, that's an example of people taking Lysel and changing her face to be more aesthetically pleasing while still keeping her nose small. Because again, if you look at the GIF Yankee, that like even that fan art, they put her nose at a more proportionate level so it looks nicer. So
it's
like
further away from the eyes, yeah.
Yeah, it's again while the nose and the eyes aren't like directly aligned, the nose is about one eye's height lower. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the nose that throws me off.
It's the nose that throws a lot of people off.
Yeah.
And then yeah, with a lot of fan art that I've seen of Lysel, they usually move her nose down to where we would have our noses and then just make it a small nose. Honestly, when people draw Lysel in the more anime-ish style, it fixes her up quite a bit because the anime style already has a very small nose. So there you go. It just kind of fixes itself. Whereas again, when you go for a more stylized realism, it's kind of uncanny. My user is pronounced X-cuz. Oh, okay, sorry. But yeah. No, I feel bad for this comparison. No, the dog! The Grinch.
He's my boy.
The Grinch is dirty.
But the dog looks like mine.
But here I feel like funny enough, while it does them dirty, I think the Grinch comparison is the closer one. It really is though. Look at it. It's got again the same gap between the nose and you see like the elongated like lip clef. Like it's there.
It's so cursed.
It's fucking oh my god, they're just Dr. Seuss. I guess Yankee are just Dr. Seuss.
Lysel reading a fucking Dr. Seuss book
you
would be
son of a bitch.
incredible.
Good job. Fuck.
Oh my god. Oh, that's fucking.
It really do fucking. Yo, they're the fucking Who's. They're the Who's from Whoville.
Yo, I forgot how cursed looking the Who's from Whoville looked in live action. Jesus.
Yeah, it's.
I did not like any of them.
Because again, they exaggerate the feature that you see in a lot of Dr. Seuss art, where that face is like very long, the nose is very up, and the faces are very long, and then yeah, when it's animated, it's not that big of a deal. When it's live action, it's very uncanny because our brains know that faces don't look like that.
I'm getting incredibly sleepy and am probably going to pass out soon. My apologies.
No, it's okay. We might go for a little bit longer and then probably call it. Because we did yap a lot. So that's the thing. We'll probably go for until we find a good spot to stop. I thought we would have been done because we were apparently like, where were we? We were like we got half of the video done last time, but we've only gone through 2 hours and 15 minutes.
We were more than half by a bit.
Yeah, so we still have an hour and we still have about another hour and 20 minutes left.
Number 0097. My sister.
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it? This is Daddy's place. I finally get to meet you. We can't even talk. There were so many things I wanted to ask. About you, about Daddy. You're still alive. Are you okay? Who did this to you?
Have a wonderful night. I'll catch up.
Alrighty.
Mwah.
Yeah, we go.
Yeah,
You have a
later.
good sleep. Mwah.
Soon you will be born into this world. And once you arrive, you must do many good deeds. If you do, you can become human.
What time is it for you right now? It's 11:30 for us. Well, for me.
2:30 for me.
Yeah, we're looking at 2:30 on mine.
Was that your memory? Thank you. Thank you for letting me see Daddy. He's here, right? Through that door? The Federation fleet is surrounding us again!
Oh, now what are they up to? I think I know. Look at the movements of the Gnosis. The pattern of Gnosis gateouts are near the center of the Foundation.
What about the Zohars in the hangar?
They're in stasis! Attract inhibitor output is normal!
So if the Zohars and the Durandal aren't calling the Gnosis, then...
Guinan. It's that song we've been hearing, isn't it?
Indeed. It's faint, but there's no mistaking it. No one else seems able to hear it, though.
Hey, do you guys hear something? It sounds like a song.
A song? I don't hear anything. You sure you aren't imagining things?
I don't know. I swear I can hear it.
She hears it. How's that possible?
Why am I feeling so unsettled? This image just won't leave my mind.
You too? This darkness? I feel like I'm being
4:32 p.m.? Oh, so you're probably in the UK. Or somewhere further.
It can't be.
No. Even further.
I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it.
Australia. Yeah, I was like, wait, no. Further. I was like, not? Yeah. That makes more sense, yeah.
Such tears. What beauty they hold, these tears of sorrow. Surely they are the most precious substance in the world. But are you worthy to shed such tears? The act of mourning the dead belongs to the realm of humans.
You did this, didn't you?
Ah, my beautiful little Kirschwasser. But still, can you really call this a corpse? Frailty, thy name is woman. No, that's not right. You little Realians weren't even born from a woman's womb.
Oh, this is where he supposedly pulls out a knife, and this is the part that was censored.
The human race
So originally in the Japanese version, he pulls out a knife and starts threatening her with it. But the localization thought that was a bit too much. So they did this instead, what we're about to watch.
Fearful in its weakness, built this world in a futile attempt to elude the abyss they call mortality. Culture, civilization, all delusions created by a powerless race, and of little use, like a barren woman. But amidst all this, you continue to exist as an unfettered soul, free from the shackles of flesh and blood, a completely pure consciousness, an eternal spiral, undefiled by impurities, a fusion of fire, breath, and spirit. What can we call you but angels? New, unadulterated psyches. But what you lack is reality, and that is what I shall provide you with!
What?
So he rips his arm off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, clearly he sliced his throat and is pulling his head off.
Yeah.
So they changed it so that he was just...
So he pulls out a knife and cuts off his arm, but they took out the knife, so he rips off his arm. And in the original one, he cuts off his own head. In this one, he rips it off. Because you see, the knife is too much.
That's the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my life.
That's too much. Knife, no. But I'm gonna show you this guy going ham on his head.
Let me see if I can find the Japanese version of this cutscene.
That's another example of, like, if you're gonna go to 9, just go to 10.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Again, that's a thing of, like, really? You thought that was better? Okay, that was... But the knife was too much. Hold on. Oh, God. Oh, wow, they really chopped this up in the chat. It's up by each individual cutscene.
Oh, 10 years ago, that explains it.
Yeah. The Siege of the Kukai Foundation. I mean, 10 years ago, you could still put over 5-minute videos. The mysterious girl Nephilim infected by Udu. Joaquin Mizrahi's sermon reunion in the Acephalon. Painful Thoughts, Song of the Straw. Wow.
Okay, no, I thought
Here we go.
they were...
Albedo's
posting like 10 minutes at a time.
Albedo's decapitation scene.
Let's get to the good part.
Yeah, no, I'm skipping it. Okay.
Yeah.
We actually also see the Japanese performance. So yeah, right here, knife.
There it is. Knife doesn't even look that bad.
But again, it's the fact that it's being pointed at a girl. That is a voice.
Woo!
That's his Japanese voice.
Man, oh my God. Jesus Christ. Solar systems apart.
Yeah, instead they have him waving his hands around and shit. Yeah, the same speech.
Okay, so that part was the same.
Yeah. Same thing, he cuts off his arm.
No, but I mean, like, there was light in front of it.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, the laugh is so much crazier.
Damn, the censorship is pretty heavy though here too. You don't see shit. It's just blackened. I mean, I can still see why they removed the knife, but still. Okay, I can see how he plays Donald Duck in Melody of Memory. How he also plays Donald Duck. That's Beerus. That's the Japanese voice for Beerus.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. But here's the really interesting thing. Because when you hear him talk normally, it's so deep. He also dubbed Roger Rabbit. Wow, fuck. He sounds so composed and together when he has that deep voice, and then he starts laughing that hyena laughter that really sells the insanity.
How was the limp sync
Yeah.
off?
I guess it was also off here too.
Yeah, this is the Japanese one, and they recorded it and animated it to the dialogue.
That's funny. And he steps on his head for good measure. So he can just grow another one.
I think you'd want to step on your own head if you could grow that back, because then you start having an existential crisis. Is that me or am I me?
Yeah, so then when we go back really quick here.
A fusion of fire, breath, and spirit. What can we call you but angels? New, unadulterated psyches, where what you lack is reality, and that is what I shall provide you with.
Yeah, again, he like just tears off his arm.
Right.
And yeah, the fact that he does it with his bare hands because of censorship makes this scene even more brutal and insane.
Yeah.
It's funny because you can still hear the knife sound effects.
Yeah,
exactly.
that was...
I found that funny too.
It's sloppy is what it is. And then yeah, right here, they actually, like in the Japanese version, they censored that part. We didn't even see. It was all fucking black.
Yeah.
And this part we don't even see. It's all blacked out. I'm trying to get back to it. There we go. So yeah, we see that part. It was all shaded and redded out. We see the head fall. And then yeah, we like all this is black, like from his leg onward.
No, I'm not trying to suck your toes, but hey, pretty girl, I'm sucking toes. The way you do the things you do reminds me of me sucking your toes. That's why I'm all up in your toes.
So like, that's the really funny thing. They censored the scene while also uncensoring it. They made it so much worse. Like there's his head right there, where in the Japanese version you don't see that.
And there's the blood pooling around.
Some weird priorities with the censorship here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was intensely weird.
We don't get this scene right here after his head's freaking fallen off.
Yeah, it's all black. Yeah,
it's all black. Like it's so. Yeah, see, it's fucking all blacked out. We don't see anything. You see her legs. There's nothing here. And then you see nothing here. This is actually a completely different angle.
There's no chance that that's just for the YouTube edit, right?
No.
No.
They do this a lot in Japan.
Yeah. This is a completely different. These are two completely different angles. We didn't get that. We didn't get those angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just goes straight to this part where she's like freaking. And then, yeah, we don't get this. It's a completely different angle too. Here's his foot, and then here's like a more Dutch angle. Wow.
I feel like both of them had weird censorship.
I
for
feel.
this scene.
You know what I think?
Hmm.
I think the Japanese one is the censored version, and the Western one is what was supposed to happen.
Well, aside from the fact
Just
that
add
he's
the
just
knife,
weirdly
yeah.
waving his hand around,
the reason I feel like the Japanese version might have been the one where they were like, we can't do that, is because, again, why still so heavily censored? Like, again, the Western one just seems so much more brutal. It's very clear what happened.
Like, well, you also see the blood pooling around his head when you
well, yeah,
when
because even
like
because whether you because Nightshade, whether you rip your head off or you cut it off, there's going to be blood.
Well, no. My point is the Japanese one. You didn't even see the blood. Like you didn't see the floor. You could see like
the because it was all blacked out.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at.
It's kind of like how for example, there were some shows in it's kind of like how there were some shows in Japan that were very, very bloody, like Higurashi and stuff, where in the original Japanese version, they're heavily censored or very blacked out, like blocked out. But then you go to the Western version, you get the dub, essentially, and you get the uncensored cut, what was originally supposed to happen before the censorship happened.
Like, I know Tokyo Ghoul was like very guilty of that.
So I feel like when they were in the original drafts, it was supposed to be like this, like the English version, where again, he rips off his arm, he rips off his head, because there's just something so twisted and insane and barbaric and violent about it. Whereas in this one, yes, he's being crazy and funny, but he pulls out a knife and then just floop, and the arm goes off, and then stabs himself in the neck, and then goes clack, and then his head's gone. But we don't get to see any of that.
The only thing that I would say that is a point against that is the fact that there's still the audio effects of a knife in the English version.
I can only assume in that, like, the only reason I can assume that in the English version the knife sounds are kept in is because of sloppy editing. Because again, the reason I think what happened was with the Japanese version, they were like, we want to do this, but because we don't want the game to be because we don't want our game to be M for mature, essentially. We want to keep our game rated T for teen, or whatever the Japanese equivalent is. It's kind of like how when you see something in the manga, it's very violent, but in the anime, they tone it down. I feel like it's kind of that, where in the drafts, it's supposed to be like this, but when they were doing it in Japan, they were like, you can't do that. And that's where they chose to censor it and instead have Albedo do all this stuff with the knife. But then, when it came to the Western version, where, let's be real, violence is a lot less looked down upon, violence in media, in video games and movies, violence is taken better there. They were like, hey, because we're releasing it in the West, and the West is fine with violence like this, we can do it now.
That was a PS2 game, right?
Yeah.
That was around the same timeline where they were preaching that Pokemon was the devil. There's no fucking way that they were handling that well.
Yeah, but this is... Pokemon is more directly aimed towards kids. Xenosaga wasn't. Again, the reason I think of this theory is because Western games are known to be usually more violent, or at least they're more, it's a bit more accepted how violent they can be. So whereas Japan was like, we maybe can't do this because it might be too much. let's tone it down, but once we get to the Western version, let's directors cut that shit. It's kind of like how, now I'm going into porn, but it's kind of like how in Japan, when you buy hentai, even the DVD version will be censored. The only time you see hentai uncensored is when it's localized. Because Japan has very strict censorship laws. That if something needs to be censored, it needs to be censored in all subsequent mediums. Whether it be games, whether it be anime, whether it be things like that. They usually don't worry with manga, because with manga it has the defense that it's art. That's why like Rumiko Takahashi and Inuyasha and all that stuff, there's fucking gore and beheaded heads and everything. But in the anime, you don't see any of that. It's all complicated. It kind of is. But again, this is mostly just a theory, because while I can buy that the West thought the knife was too far, they still have these shots of Albedo's head on the ground, where the Japanese doesn't even give us that. Whereas the localization, in terms of actually dubbing the game and editing the game's audio, they fucked up because they kept the stupid knife sound effect. I don't know why they kept that knife sound effect. That's just very sloppy editing. Yeah. I actually think you're right. It makes sense. I might have to look into it. I kind of want to look into this and see if maybe somebody's written an article or like a fan thing about this, because it really makes me wonder. Again, it's like, it's not just the method in which he does it that they changed, it's everything about the scene. We get more angles in the Japanese one that just aid in censoring it. It's not front and center. It's more obscured. Whereas in this one, again, we literally get a Dutch angle of Albedo's head on the ground, and he takes 80% of the fucking screen. Like,
I also know that like sometimes censorship is just like
weird,
really weird about like what's like what you can and can't show.
We've also seen cases where, again, on the other side of things, where censorship just makes it worse. Like that one Higurashi reboot scene where Keiichi and Rena are both on the floor, but when they censored the blood, they made it all white.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
And it's like, I think you made it worse.
Yeah.
Whereas, like
this shot here, maybe it's because it's like, oh well, there's no blood, so it's okay by this one weird legal standard thing.
Yeah,
like,
where it's like there's no visible blood, so it's fine. But it's like, yes, but like
people know.
You know.
We know what you did.
We know
but it doesn't matter what they did or that we know it. It just matters what's on the screen.
Again, like the context of this scene is that Albedo is trying to traumatize Momo.
Yeah.
It's like this scene is like, you thought you saw some shit, Momo? And then proceeds to mutilate himself in front of her while laughing.
Ma belle pêche. There's no need to tremble like that. Else, you'll make me feel like a pêche myself.
Choose a way you want to say the word, Crispin Freeman.
Yeah, that was the same line. You said it 2 different ways.
Who is it? This red-haired Rubido. Oh, it's Rubido. Oh, that's just perfect. his lifeblood. Except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. Wheat. There's enough of it. We can afford to waste as much as we want. Like my head, you see? What do you think, my beloved Pesh?
I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have passed out maybe halfway through, like after the whole arm cutting thing. I don't think I would have gotten to the head.
That would have been the shock, and then just hearing the sounds and the laughter and like seeing the blood gush everywhere would have been like, okay, I'm gone. I've passed out. You see those videos of people on roller coasters where they just go, what? That's me.
That's irrelevant. Their treachery is already well known. We'll settle this right now. Target the Kukai Foundation. All ships, fire on...
What was that?
Impossible! That isn't supposed to be here!
The Dameron?
Woodland Day 2, Wilgoon Day, Floss Hill Day, all systems check. Rhine Maiden operating within normal parameters. 30 seconds to second wave of attack. Coordinate corrections for Woodland Day complete. Floss Hill Day also complete.
Here's just another ship. They did mention the Damarung in passing a couple cutscenes ago.
The Rhine Maiden. So she's operational now.
Chief!
Miyuki? Where are you calling in from?
Woohoo! Pretty cool, huh? Did you see the Rhine Maiden? I am so glad I requested that transfer to 2nd Division. If I didn't, I never would have seen this beauty in action.
2nd Division? What are you...
I'll tell you later. Is Cosmos there with you?
Huh? Yeah, but...
Okay, I'll send it over then.
Miyuki, isn't this...
There's some type of force field concentrated near here. There's a very high probability that it's what's attracting the Gnosis.
A force field?
Right. The observational guy said that whatever it is, it's definitely something man-made. Anyway, we can find the origin of this force field if we link up the Damarung's mainframe with Cosmos's DSSS sensor. It appears as though the enemy's using some kind of cloaking device to conceal itself right now. But there should be a wrinkle or two in the surrounding space, though. We figured that if we can tear those open, we'll be able to find out what we're dealing with.
Is that why you gave me this PT cartridge? I mean, do you have any idea what this thing is?
Of course. Or so I'd like to claim. But I actually just transferred in, so I'm not really sure.
Oh, look, Miyuki. This cartridge is a weapon. It sets off a phase transfer that destroys everything in the area. It may be localized, but you could vaporize an entire star with this thing if you wanted to. You'd have to be insane to try using this in a populated area.
Shion.
What is it, Cosmos?
I want it.
By limiting the phase transfer mass, I can activate the device without impacting either the Federation fleet or the Kukai Foundation.
You can do that?
Affirmative. This is one of my many functions.
Even the Rhine Maiden's got a limitation to how much she can fire. Let's take out the source before the Gnosis overwhelm us.
But...
Shion, this is the Song of Nephilim. There's no question about it.
The Song of Nephilim? What is it?
The single worst creation that ever resulted from Joachim Mizrahi's research. It was the song that destroyed Milsha and summoned the Gnosis. We've got to stop it before everything goes out of control.
Out of control?
And we still haven't found Momo yet. We've got to move.
I know, but...
Any sign of Momo yet?
We're still scanning, but we haven't located her yet.
I see. We've got to make a decision, Shion. We can't hold out against another Gnosis attack.
All right. Let's see what we can do. Listen to me, Cosmos. Try to keep the phase transfer mass as low as possible. All we need is the locus of that force field.
Affirmative. Setting transfer mass to 0.11 MPT. Transfer time set to 4.8 times 10 to the negative 38th. Loading cartridge.
Bypass between D-triple
That's a big gun.
Opening multi-directional scan.
That's the biggest 50 cal sniper rifle I've ever seen.
She just puts it in a little dookie pistol and it becomes that. And it's like, here you go.
Now it's a 180 millimeter rail gun.
Distortion detected at direction 8018, near the UMN structure. It is currently emitting a weak column pulse.
That's it. And your line of fire?
Line of fire clear. Awaiting orders.
Shelley, are the anti-electromagnetic shields ready?
Preparations are complete. You may fire at will.
Roger. Cosmos, fire the phase transfer cannon.
And then we go in there.
They're earlier than I expected. I think I'll have a look around for that key that sleeps inside you.
No. Stop it. Get out. Out of my body. Junior. Ziggy. I'm scared.
I knew it.
It's exactly the same. Nothing's changed at all.
So that's the Song of Nephilim. Dr. Mizrahi's. Milsha's.
Help me, Junior.
Momo! Momo's inside that thing!
Are you certain?
Scanners! 100 series observational unit prototype Momo tracked and located. She's in the middle of the distortion, caused by
by the phase transfer.
Momo, what's she doing in there?
Damn it! It's him! Albedo! I felt his presence the moment I heard Momo's voice.
Ah, Albedo. That explains what that unsettling feeling was about. Not to mention why she's there.
What do you mean?
That girl, Momo, not only is she a specialized Realian, but also the repository for the late Joachim Mizrahi's records. Albedo and the UTIC organization want that information. They've wanted it for a long time.
Albedo? Who's that?
My dark half. The part I've tried to hide away.
Dark half?
Junior, get this ship closer to the Song of Nephilim.
Chloe the Lynx, hello and welcome. Thanks for the follow and welcome.
Just lend me a shuttle. That'll be enough.
He's like, I'll go fucking get her.
Where do you think you're going? I'm going to save Momo, no matter what.
Don't bother.
What did you say?
When someone close to you is in danger, you lose your objectivity. And it almost always ends in tragedy. I've seen it happen too often.
Oh, what? So I'm just like them now?
Aren't you?
Yes.
This Albedo person. When you finally confront him, do you think you can keep your head straight? If you can honestly say yes, that's all I have to say. But if you can't...
You're really something. You know that? You think you're such a hardened soldier compared to me. Tell me then, how can I become cold and detached like you?
Only allow yourself to think of numbers and battle strategy. Don't let your mind wander to the faces or voices of those precious to you, even when it seems cruel not to. Too intense of an interference will overwhelm and ruin everything. That's what I've learned over these past 100 years.
The day numbers and battle strategies replace people, it'll be game over, Cyborg.
Junior, remember to stay focused, no matter what he does to Momo. Only by doing so will you be able to save her. Listen to my advice. I know what you're going through.
That's that thing where I look at the story and I'm like, the story really wants me to ship Junior and Momo, and they're very, very cute together, but Junior is a lot older than Momo.
Alright, bring us in, Tony. Be careful.
Yeah, he fucking acts like a kid, but isn't he like in his thousands or something?
Well, Albedo, Guinan, and Junior are all around the same age. They're definitely older than they're definitely old. I don't know how old, but like, again, Albedo and Guinan don't look like kids anymore. They used to. At least going by Junior's flashbacks, but at some point they grew up and are able to grow up. For some reason, Junior still looks like a kid, but Junior is older than Guinan. Guinan being the black-haired one that's also voiced by Crispin Freeman. Like, Junior's older than that one, but looks like a kid. And then Momo only recently, or at least Momo, I don't know how long Momo's been around, but if we assume that she woke up sometime after Mizrahi's death, she's not that many years old. She's very clearly child-coded, and she goes through the plot like a child. She knows more than she needs to at times in terms of what she is and all that stuff, but she's still a child. She hears She sees Mizrahi and calls him daddy. The person that she recognizes as her mother, she calls them mommy. Like, she is a child. Junior isn't. Until the plot, or until the story decides he wants to act like a child. We talked about it before a couple streams, and like the last couple streams of Xenosaga, because near the last bit here, they really kind of pile on the Junior X Momo thing. But it's hard to ship them because, again, they're both child characters, so you can only really enjoy the ship to a certain extent before you start getting fucking weird. There's no real plot reason why Momo, as this very special Realian, has to look like a little girl, aside from Mizrahi based her on his daughter, who I guess died young. So, you know, his little girl, but like, she can still be like a woman. She can still look like an older woman. And Junior could have probably grown up like Albedo and Guinan did, but for some reason didn't. They're just kids because. And it's kind of weird. Again, with Junior, they kind of go for a kind of 100-year-old lolly sort of thing. Just a boy. But I don't know if they ever say, or if it's ever said anywhere, how old those three are. But Guinan and Albedo are at least definitely adults. And they're all around the same age, so again, like, Junior is at least older than he looks. And then I think this is, yeah, the final dungeon of the game, which is the last hour-ish.
That's it. That's the place I saw through the hospital window.
Momo! You alright? Don't tell me. We're too late? Damn that bastard! He's taken her consciousness! I'm gonna make him pay for this! Hold on, Momo. I'll make you whole again.
Junior! What happened to Momo?
That monster Albedo's gone and reversed the spiritual link.
Reverse the spiritual link?
It's the opposite of what Guinan and I do when we communicate telepathically. But by seizing someone's consciousness, you can delve deep inside the other person's mind and drag out whatever memories you feel like taking.
You can't be serious. That means Momo's mind is...
Yeah. It's best for you all to go back. I'll handle this on my own.
Wait! It's too dangerous to go alone.
Sorry. This is between me and him. All right?
But still...
Momo... You wanna come with me?
I'm going to.
Shion...
Don't you remember what you told me? This song. It's responsible for destroying Miltia and bringing the Gnosis into this world. If this has anything to do with that place that I know of, then this involves me as well.
And then we traverse all this shit.
Please spare me from any trite lines like, "You're still alive?" Life and death are merely empty words, lacking any power over me. By the way, did you ever bother telling the girl? Does she know that we're monsters, both you and I?
Momo!
I want the me that's inside you.
Momo! Momo!
That's not her. That's...
Free from the bonds of flesh, a pure consciousness has no true form. All that exists is the longing for reality. Did you see that, Mapesh? You're witness to his true nature right now. A consciousness desperately struggling to stay alive. Such a pitiful sight. This is unseemly, Ruby Toe.
Junior.
Albedo! Get your stinking hands off of her! Or else I'll...
You'll do something if I do this.
You mother!
What pain! So sweet, so alive. Pain is such a vital part of realizing one's existence. Try to remember, Rubido, what it takes, what you must do. Or have you lived in peace for so long that you've completely forgotten?
I don't give a damn about what you have to say. Just give her back!
I don't think so. I'll just take what I want and proceed with my plans. And along the way, I'll make you remember who you really are.
Shut up! I don't need some freak contaminated by Udu to tell me.
Junior?
Contaminated? Not quite. More like evolved. I experienced but a fragment of my true power that day. The waves that inundated my body are now a part of me. I've reached a higher stage of existence compared to you incomplete mortals. I am the Alpha and the Omega of perfect consciousness.
Stop it!
Oh, this is nice. Don't you want to give it a try?
Momo!
See, look, they blew up his head again.
Impossible. Is that nanotechnology?
No. Nano machines can't work anywhere near that fast. And besides, not even the research laboratories have models with head regenerating capabilities yet.
He's a URTV. Just like Junior.
What?
URTVs. They were created for the express purpose of eradicating Udu.
Udu?
Rubido, you still don't remember? Or could it be fear? You're frightened, is that it? Am I right? I can't blame you. The only thing that matters to you is yourself. Rubido, so cruel. And yet this girl clings to you so dearly. Isn't it pitiful? One more layer. Just one more layer, and then I'll have everything inside of her. I'm sure you know what that means, Rubido. Now then, I wonder how much more she can take.
Little Kozos is just standing there like, oh. It's like, I haven't been ordered to do anything yet.
Bodkai!
This is the extent of my power. No Nobody can stop the events that are about to unfold. All I can do is delay the inevitable for just a while longer. But at the least, I can entrust this to you. The events are starting to come together. Soon you will meet them. So until then...
Oh, that's that guy from Ghost in the Shell. You know, the old guy?
I didn't really watch a lot of Ghost in the Shell. I couldn't get into it.
Ah.
Momo, are you okay?
I see. It all makes sense now. But now, Rubido, how about we enjoy a moment or two together? Come on. Our time has arrived.
Schloop.
Okay.
Schloop.
So subtle.
Just
Slurpy Gundam.
You were much stronger than this back then.
He was in there, and then he wasn't in there anymore.
Well, why was he in there and then not in there? He had to push the button.
Yeah. Hold on, let me bring out my mech. Oh wait, maybe I don't need it right now.
When was it established that he had superpowers?
It kind of wasn't.
Okay. Okay, as long as I'm on the same page as everybody else.
It kind of fucking wasn't. I mean, we know that Junior is like the head honcho and runs the Kukai Foundation. We know that he's older than Guinan. Apparently, he's got this connection to Albedo. And Albedo's pretty powerful in a way. So we don't get really told that Junior is this big, powerful weapon Realian or anything. We know he's a Realian, and we know that he runs things here. And that maybe gives the impression and implies that there's something big and special about him for him to be in charge, despite looking like a kid. But we're not told that he's this powerful thing until pretty much just now, where he was like, oh, why is Albedo able to regenerate his head in some shit? What the fuck? And Chaos apparently is the only one who knows. It's like, he's a URTV, just like Junior. Junior's a URTV, so he's meant to go into really big situations and is meant to be really powerful.
Okay.
Like, okay, I get thanks, Chaos.
Nice.
Daddy, it was always you he looked at. The rest of us, we all wished we could be you. That can't be true. We're all supposed to be the same.
Come on, Rubido.
given a part of you, too. A part of you is now within me. So now?
I love how he just like imitates her. So now. I'm sure Kristen Freeman had fun playing this role.
Oh
yeah, he sounds like it.
Even after all that you put them through, it still believed in
I think I do appreciate the juxtaposition of the Japanese voice actor's performance, though. Like just how he sounds normal in most cases until he starts getting into crazy mode.
Yeah.
Look around you. Who is the flower that blooms from those corpses? That's right. It's you, Pesh. Everything is just as Mizrahi, your dear daddy, wanted it to be.
Daddy?
That's right. Isn't it, Rubido?
You bastard! Say any more and you're gonna
Pay for this! Those girls were toys for your enjoyment. They were all individuals with wills of their own. Yet you...
Still spouting that self-righteous crap?
Huh?
The new guy?
Stop screwing around. Hurry up and get the job done. Don't waste your time on these fools.
Give him this message. It belongs to me.
Hold it!
Oh yeah, funny thing about this part. So you fight Albedo, and then this cutscene happens, and then this guy appears, and then the cutscene ends, and then you're just in the same room with this, and you can run around. When I got to this point, if I'm remembering correctly, Lynn was like, "So when the cutscene ends, don't move forward towards the enemy." And I was like, "Oh, okay, why?" He was like, "So you can go back and save." And I'm like, "Oh."
How many people do you think didn't know that?
Probably a bit. But that was something where Lynn was like, "Hey, when this cutscene ends, don't move forward." Because yeah, it just takes you right back to the game, and this dude's just standing there, and you can walk forward to him. Or you can just go back to the save point and save, so that you don't fight two bosses at once. Like, one after another.
I do like it when games give you a little break like that.
Yeah. The problem is they don't tell you.
They don't tell you, yeah.
So this is the Y data.
I do not exist for your pleasure.
You call this protection? Well, you? He really didn't want anyone going in there. Oh well, that just makes it all the more interesting. Very interesting.
Who are you?
Who? What does it matter? Or do you need a name to describe me? A definition by words is merely a means to deceive oneself. It's meaningless before the truth. What matters is how you perceive things. The slightest shift, then life and death no longer have any meaning.
Huh?
You don't get it. Well, how about I show you?
Get out of the way. I said get out of my way!
Ah, you've got guts, boy. Why don't you make me move? Shouldn't be a problem for a URTV. Now should it?
You're damn
And then you fight it.
It's useless. The laws by which we are governed are just too different. Isn't that right, boss? Well then, I think our friend has already left, and it's about time for me to make my exit. I have a busy schedule to keep.
Wait! What are you trying to accomplish? Why did you come here?
You wanna know? Then come to that time, to that place. You know what I mean.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you, Shion.
The Song of Nephilim has ceased all functions. The Rhine Maiden is clearing away the remaining Gnosis.
I see. Junior, are you all right?
Yeah. And you guys? Man, who was that? He had an aura of incredible power.
I don't know. I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, that's a great caption for this whole game.
I mean, yeah.
This is the second time that she says it too. She says it like maybe 2 or 3 times this whole game. I don't understand any of this. And I'm like, yo, Shion, same.
Mood.
Mood.
Let's go back, Shion.
Like,
Almost
I want to understand it so bad.
Almost want a gif of that. Just, I don't understand any of it. I want to
use that for whatever you fucking tweet out. Like, I'm streaming Xenosaga.
I don't understand any of it. I might actually go make a gif of that later. It's just so good.
Yeah. And you guys?
Oh, fuck.
He had an aura of incredible power.
I don't know.
Just, I don't know.
Understand any of this.
just those 2 lines. I don't know. I don't understand any of this.
Let's go back, Shion.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that, like, they... I don't know how convoluted the next 2 Xenosaga games are. I imagine probably about the same. But I'm glad that they changed it up with Xenoblade, at least. Like, Xenoblade's convoluted,
Yeah.
but it's not this convoluted.
Like, I want to enjoy this. I really do, and I do enjoy it. But it's
not your fault.
I would need someone to explain things to me. And again, they lay the shipping on near the end of these 2 pretty heavy.
Main cannon ready to fire. Target Song of Nephilim.
Like, the fact, like, him touching her face and all that stuff and being so worried about her.
For their sake.
Chaos. Do you think this'll put the Kirschwassers to rest?
Well, their thoughts and feelings now exist within Momo. Their wish finally came true.
I hope so. Maybe that's what Albedo wanted.
Junior.
It's because I couldn't.
Little Master.
Yeah, go ahead.
What? Wait, something's wrong. It's...
The Gnosis! The remaining Gnosis! They're being...
Oh no, sis.
God damn it, Squeaky.
No, sis. It's fine. It's not that bad.
I cringed a little bit.
I wanted to have more fun, so I came back for a visit.
Albedo! I swear I'm gonna...
Now, cool your jets. Hold off on the emotional outburst until you see my entire performance.
What's going on? What is that?
It's a giant cereal bowl.
Impossible.
It can't be. That was supposed to be destroyed.
Proto-Merkaba.
Proto-Merkaba?
The place where I was born.
That bastard, summoning needless toys. You've forgotten your duties, haven't you?
Never mind that. Come back, Virgil.
What's your problem? I don't take orders from you.
Look, that dude that died in the beginning.
My head like that. I'm not used to it.
Oh, right, the one who was like a fucking Realian racist.
Yeah.
That's... So that's what this is all about. You're quite the cunning little bastard. All right then. But next time, I'm doing things my way.
That's what's intended.
Did you say this is where you were born?
Yes. Daddy gathered together the data he needed to create me on Milsha, and then he sent it to Proto-Merkaba.
Are you saying that this thing was made for the purpose of creating you? That wasn't its original purpose. It was created to discover the true form of the universe. The form we ourselves were meant to have. But then he took it and...
Exactly. Just think for a moment about all the phenomena brought about by that lunatic. If that thing, the song, and the Zohar all linked together...
That's exactly why we dropped it into the abyss after we recovered the 100 series. How is it that it has returned again?
I don't know. But the original is still on Milsha. With only Proto-Merkaba, he can't.
My throat.
Oh, fuck.
Big laser.
The Federation fleet. Just like that.
Well, Rubido, what do you think of my new toy? And that was using the minute amount of energy remaining in this thing. Just a mere fraction of what it's capable of. Icing on the cake, if you will.
It's just like when Cosmos.
Just like when she slooped.
Originally, this thing, the Song of Nephilim, and the Zohar were a single apparatus. The Gnosis which seek the Zohar are responding to the faint waves that emanate from the sealed-off Milsha. This thing uses the Gnosis as a medium to collect the waves from the Zohar and store the energy it needs in order to operate.
How the hell do you know all that?
It was Ma Pesh. When I linked with her consciousness, I learned how to use this thing. I'm really quite grateful. Let's see then. I wonder how long it'll take to charge. 5 minutes, or perhaps 10. You look a little pale there. Scared, are you? Perhaps I should just turn you all to pillars of soul. That's not a bad idea.
Actually, I think I'm gonna head out. I didn't realize how late it was, and I'm kind of tired.
We're pretty close-ish to the end.
How close?
Like half an hour.
Half an hour. If we assume that the credits are part of it, let's see. Take
like.
so about half an hour. About half an hour. I totally understand if you feel like you've got to go. I just feel like in my case, I at least want to finish up one. We're so close to the end.
I'll watch the remainder of it tomorrow. But
Yeah, no worries.
It's like 3:45 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. For you guys, it's late specifically.
Yeah. I will probably
really
later.
to sum up what happens.
Yeah.
He essentially tries to charge, I think, like a laser to destroy shit. And then Cosmos does that thing of only I can stop it. But it's in a situation where it's like, she's not gonna make it. She's gonna die if that happens. And then you're like, oh shit, Cosmos is gonna die? But then you remember that there's 2 more games after this. So she doesn't. And then the game ends. And I think we land on second Milsha, because right now we're around second Milsha, and I think he was gonna essentially blow it up. I can't remember.
Stop me if you can.
Let's see, here's what I can do.
I'll be waiting.
I can speed it up by just the smallest amount, so that it's just a little faster.
The target is a giant experimental facility that was long abandoned before its completion. A network of tunnels runs through the facility, and the reactor core is located at the nexus where they all meet.
All we have to do is take out that reactor, right?
Correct. That'll shut down Proto-Merkaba completely. The data I sent to you earlier includes a map of the most direct route to the core. Right now, you are our only hope. I ask you on behalf of the Federation government, and as a member of the human race, to destroy that abominable machine. Once and for all.
Mommy.
Sorry. I didn't mean for you to get pulled into my personal issues.
Don't worry about it. After all, my homeland is in peril, and we've received company approval. So it's okay, right, Alan?
Oh, sure. Why would I want to miss out on the fun? Besides, it's not like you ever listen to me.
What was that? If you've got something to say, say it.
No, nothing. I'd accompany you to the very depths of hell.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Jinx us? So, getting in won't be difficult, right?
Right. There should be no external anti-air defenses, since it was originally constructed as a manufacturing facility. However,
security on the inside is most likely still functional. We should be prepared to deal with many active guard machines.
Mary, what about the reinforcements from 2nd Militia?
The spacebound units were destroyed in the first blast. It looks like there's a few more on their way, but they won't get here in time.
In other words, it's up to us.
Looks like it.
Guinan, I'm counting on you to cover us. Until we get inside.
I have a request of my own as well. Don't let his provocations get to you again. All right?
Yeah, I'll be careful. You don't have to worry.
I'll take that as a promise.
Now don't do anything foolish, little master! ECM levels at maximum. Elsa, you have clearance.
Got it. Tony!
Aye, sir! We're getting hazard pay for this, right?
And then, yeah, Proto Merkaba was the last dungeon in the game.
Momo. Mommy never told me what this facility actually was responsible for during the Miltian conflict. But I think I know. When I was born, Daddy died. That vision was true. And what happened afterwards was... It's just like Mommy said. This is an abominable machine. A lot of people died because of my birth. Does that mean I'm an abomination as well? Just like Daddy?
Momo.
No! No parent could ever say that.
Shion?
Even though you're a Realian, you're still their child, right? No parent would ever think of their own child as abominations. Surely, there can't be any.
You're late. I was about to give up on you, Rubido. Take a look. This thing has a full belly already. Well then, what shall we do now? Shall we continue where we left off?
What is that? How are you doing that?
Don't be so surprised. This is the power of will. A fundamental power that exists within everyone. What you are witnessing is simply your perception of it. And you know what? Perception and pain are but one and the same. So, go ahead. Feel my pain for yourself.
Answer me. Why are you doing this? There's absolutely nothing you can hope to gain out of this.
Au contraire. I am doing all this for your sake, Rubido.
For my sake?
Have you forgotten, Rubido? That fateful day 14 years ago? Have you forgotten what you did to us? It's all because of you. Because you closed yourself off from us. Our mental link was broken, and one after another, we succumbed to the power of the song. Left behind in that horror. Did we have any choice but to submit to it? Remember what happened, and repent for your sin!
It's true, I mean...
So you finally admit to it, you coward!
All right! Damn it! I couldn't control my fear!
Junior.
Yes, and therefore you must atone for your sins. Atone with your life. I am the executor for all those who were destroyed. Although, I'm actually grateful to you, Rubido. Thanks to you, I alone was able to find the way to a whole new world.
What do you mean, a whole new world?
That's all that I seek. It's quite simple.
Fantastic point of view.
You fantastic, yeah.
At first, I wasn't sure if I should believe, but I experienced something a moment ago that confirmed it. And this ought to verify that experience for me. Entertain me, if you will.
Oh.
Damn! You fused the Gnosis with the reactor?
You must first destroy this in order to stop Proto-Merkaba. You do realize that... Oh, almost forgot the time. Not much left now. I'd say 5 minutes at best. I wonder how far you'll get in your current condition.
So cool. He's tormenting Junior just for fun.
Farewell. I'm sure we'll meet again if you survive. Rubido, my other half.
Albedo!
Junior, look out!
We have to destroy this thing first.
Right. This takes priority.
Be careful, everyone. That's no longer just a machine.
Alright. Let's do it, Cosmos. Affirmative. Switching to maximum output for all combat systems.
And then we killed it.
Yay.
Also, it's funny because Cosmos was like freaking working at maximum output, and she was like, and still the slowest member of the party. And still the slowest.
What was that rumbling?
No. It's faint. But it feels like we're changing directions.
Yeah.
Shion, I have confirmation of ignition in the Proto-Merkaba's propulsion units. It is descending toward second Milsha now.
Well then, let's just see how powerful you all are.
Cosmos, are you sure?
Yes. Should its descent continue at present speed, it will enter the atmosphere in approximately 8 minutes.
Looks like he planned this from the very beginning.
Bastard! He's got too many tricks up his sleeve.
We have to do something. If something as large as this impacts at full speed, second Milsha would be...
Based on the current angle of approach, breaking up the facility into approximately 28,000 pieces would result in 99.6% of them vaporizing before impact.
If
we detach each subcompartment?
Just a second. I'll search through my memory banks. Control room. The control room on level 33 will allow us to detach the facility.
Hurry! There's no time!
We've got 8 minutes! I love the way they type.
Yeah, so do I.
It's not using fingers, it's just tapping their whole head.
It's like using the computer with oven mitts.
She's about to do a drum solo on the keyboard.
We have to blow up. We have to dismantle Proto Merkaba, but then we won't have time to get back to the Elsa.
There has to be another way.
There isn't. I've searched again and again, but we can only activate it from here.
Please head back now.
What, Cosmos?
Shion, please return to the Elsa with the others. I will stay behind to initiate the detachment sequence.
Wait a second. Stay behind?
This facility will enter the atmosphere shortly. We will exceed the tolerances for maximum temperature in 3 minutes 28 seconds. Please hurry.
But
my self-preservation programming is functioning properly. I have no intention of remaining on this facility to the very end. Do not worry.
I'm not trying to kill myself, Shion. Trust me, I can make it in... Yeah, I can reach the Elsa in a minute. You guys need all the time.
This option guarantees the highest probability of success.
All right. Let's go, Shion.
But trust her. It'll be okay. She'll catch up. Now come on.
Shion?
Shion, we're burning time.
What part about 3 minutes did you not understand?
Shion, in the time you've been standing here, you only have 2.5 minutes to get back to the Elsa. Just as the sweet music plays, just gone.
They make it look so much cooler in the shows, but in reality, you just hear a boom.
Hurry. This area will soon collapse.
Little Master, what's all this shaking? What the hell's going on?
Proto Merkaba is about to re-enter the atmosphere. If left unchecked, it'll crash into the planet.
What?
We detached all the subcompartments, and that's what's causing the shaking. Anyway, we'll get to the details later. Prepare for immediate liftoff.
Prepare? We're not lifting off right now?
Cosmos is still inside. We gotta wait for her.
Wait a minute. If it's already detaching, then aren't we in danger?
I'm aware of that. But if I say we wait, we wait.
Cosmos, please. Hurry back.
Captain, up there! What? Captain, we can't stay much longer. No kidding. Little Master!
Damn it. What's taking her? Come on, come on.
We're gonna die!
I'm waiting for someone to go, wait, she's not back. And I would just be like, I'm going to punch you in the mouth. I'm going to punch you in the fucking mouth.
We don't want to get inside.
Shut up! She knew she was sacrificing herself. She just didn't want to tell you. You tell him. You tell him.
Everything will be all right. See with your heart. See with my heart.
Huh?
Fuck you.
There's 2 games left. We knew this was gonna happen.
How does Shio know exactly where she is? Cause Cosmos. Cause Cosmos. Her Cosmos sensor. Her Cosmos radar. She put a fucking Apple AirTag on her. She was like, I know exactly where she is.
Don't do that.
When
Are
I
you
saw-
not in space right now?
When I saw this, Lynn was like, her arm would have ripped off. Cosmos
Yeah.
is heavy as fuck.
Even if she wasn't a robot with made of metal, like
And
that
I
would
was-
have ripped her fucking arm
Yeah,
off.
whether it rips her arm, at the very least, it dislocated that shit.
Yes.
At the very least, they both go flying off the ship.
Yeah, because Cosmos is heavy.
Yeah. Not funny, bitch.
Like, you at least owe me one pizza.
I just saved your asses. I ain't going on no fucking diet.
Fuck
you kidding
you.
me?
I'll eat these Twinkies until the day you die.
And for thousands of years after.
I would trade your life for one corn chip. Yeah, I think one of the reasons it didn't happen was because even though they were still kind of in this tunnel of the Proto-Merkaba, so I guess it didn't matter. But now they're in space.
Okay.
It's like things so big it has its own kind of gravity sort of thing.
It's like its own atmosphere and gravity.
Yeah.
This is basically like if the fucking Death Star just crashed into
Yeah.
whatever planet.
If I could have, sir, I fucking would have, and I wouldn't have told you we were having a problem, now would I? Fucker, you want to come down here and do it? You hired me to do this. If you want to do it, I'm getting out of the chair.
Guess we're gonna die anyway.
What will you do?
I don't know. Not use my super time stop powers to help anybody.
That would be.
That's for sure.
That would be useful.
Did he close? Were his fists closed? Or
It was,
did he
they
have
were
really
closed.
Stubby?
They were
'Cause
closed.
It looked
Yeah.
like he had really stubby fingers.
Wait!
Relinquish your pain unto me.
I think Lynn was bullshitting us about this Cosmos not being Jesus.
Time to think she's Jesus.
Sound a lot like Jesus.
Cosmos, Jesus, it's all adding together.
Proceed to shield the Elsa with my energy field. Please stabilize the ship during that time.
Don't be ridiculous! What can you possibly accomplish by doing that?
Do not worry. Maintaining this position for 1 minute and 20 seconds will save the Elsa.
But you'll be incinerated if you do that!
It's either that or you all die.
Yeah, but for real though, I can just. I'm a robot. You can just rebuild me and shit.
It's like, God.
Oh. What the fuck?
That kid does not know how to play with building blocks.
That's how you build blocks, dumbass. It looked like the pro tag from Xenogears.
It did. I was thinking that.
As
yeah.
a kid, but as a kid.
I wonder if that's what it was meant to be. I don't know shit about Xenogears.
Me neither. Again, the thing is funny is like Cosmos a couple times has been like, trust me, I'm not being suicidal here. I will live.
What the fuck?
What is happening?
Angel wings.
Cool, so she's not Jesus, she's God.
Yeah, so it's just like, Cosmos, don't do that. You'll get incinerated. It's either that or you all die, Shion. Like, Shion, it's either
Also,
that
I
or-
live, bitch.
Let's be real, I'm also a robot. I can just like save my memories on something, right? that's how this works. I'm basically immortal.
Hey! Miss Vector!
Huh?
Activate the secondary bow camera.
Roger.
Cosmos.
Do not fucking touch her right now. She's probably 8 million degrees Fahrenheit.
She should not have hair right now.
Standing on the ship is not advisable at this time.
Shion, do not touch me. For at least the next hour while I try to release heat. And that's Xenosaga 1!
Okay.
Alright.
So
basically, the entire story of the game was
getting to second Milsha.
Getting to second Milsha. With a lot of other confusing shit along the way.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How long was this game in terms of like? How long was like the estimated runtime of this game?
Along with the cutscenes, I think about 30 to 40 hours. I don't know how long my save file was.
Yeah, that's about what Google says. About 38-ish hours.
Like, Like, obviously, there's three parts.
Yeah. It's clear that the UTIC organization's target is on worship.
Can you guys speak up a little?
Yeah, you turn on the music a little bit. I can't quite.
You get this band to chill out.
Temptation and obsession that still remains. That's what continues to draw them in.
Band, can you tone it down a little bit?
Drawn in just the same. Albedo? You mean the URTV Albedo? He's still alive? He will not die. Not until that time arrives.
Thank God for the subs.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, right.
Now that was entertaining. All that remains is for my Pesh to link up with the UMN, and my objective will be complete. Do heed my message, Rubido.
This is reminding me that Gundam Breaker 4 is coming out soon. I have to get it. I'm a simple man. I see giant mechs. I go,
The door that leads to Abel's Park. He is the only one who can open it.
And that's the CEO of Vector, so the CEO of Vector
He doesn't have that much
has something to do with Albedo, or they're connected in some way.
key. Of course, we must accept the possibility that he can affect space.
I love how this Plague Doctor mask is so squished and compressed because of the graphics at the time.
His will shines with such wondrous light.
Man, speak up. I'm just done. I can't.
The bagpipes are making it worse because they're so loud.
It's just, again, I blame the local mixing of this because they should have been like, we're gonna turn the music down during these parts. They could have done that.
Either the music down or the voices up. Pick one.
Pick one.
Like-
I need to be able to hear one.
Oh, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me! Cosmos walks to the side.
This song is so
All the air-
lesbian. I love how it's like they just like pan to Cosmos like, tell me if you love me now. It's so fucking gay. Oh, I love it.
Cosmos goes inside the ship, burns all of the oxygen in the air.
Like, it's so fucking gay coded. I was like, I know that the point of this song is supposed to kind of be a little bit of Shion's feelings for the guy that she was with when they made Cosmos, but at the same time, it's so her and Cosmos' song.
I mean, I pretty much was thinking that throughout the entire, last 3 hours of this shit.
And then, yeah,
I'm
to be
like, okay.
continued.
Okay, so yeah, Cosmos is basically just a walking, talking sex bot for her.
I don't know. Because again, the way Cosmos seems to be coded, at least with her relationship with Shion, is that Shion created her. And she feels responsible for Cosmos. She feels like she has the say of what Cosmos can and can't do. But then Cosmos has these moments where she acts on her own, where it seems like, yes, Shion created her, but Cosmos is on a mission. Cosmos has been given orders by someone above Shion that Shion doesn't even know. And it makes you wonder about the other person that helped create Cosmos that, as far as we know, is dead. But the thing is, though, again, the person that created the very first Cosmos was where her Shion's lover Kevin died, and Shion destroyed the first one. So this Cosmos, Shion created all on her own. And that's why she's like, she feels like she knows, you know, Cosmos better than anybody. So when Cosmos has these moments where she acts on her own or seems to be following someone else's orders, that's where she's like, what's gotten into you? I didn't put that in you. Why are you acting like this? And yeah, they probably go more into it in the second one, which the next time we get into Xenosaga Night, we will be jumping into the cutscenes for the second game. It does have an art direction shift for some reason. I just hope it's not convoluted as fuck, because as much as I do enjoy the first game, it's a lot. I kind of wonder if the anime makes it easier to digest.
I feel like it would have to.
I feel like it would have to.
Yeah.
I feel like it would have. Yeah. What are you gonna say?
I feel like I was just gonna say, like, I feel like if this is the first installment in Xenosaga and
It's
it
a
was
rough
this
one.
convoluted, I can't imagine the next one's gonna be any better.
Well,
in terms of like being able to understand.
Yeah, I found here Xenosaga episode 2, and it's 4 hours and 28 minutes, so it's at least not that many cutscenes. But again,
Okay.
it's that thing where I have to wonder. Like, because again, it was the second game that fucked it over. Xenosaga was originally going to be 6 games, but the second one did so badly that Bandai Namco was like, you've got one more game.
I can't really blame them.
And the only reason Xenosaga 2 was bad seemed to be because of the game itself, not because of the story. That's
So
why
the
Lynn is
gameplay was just awful.
Yeah, that's why Lynn was telling me, don't play the game, let's just watch the cutscenes, because the story is what matters. But as a game, it's not good. So again, I'm going to wonder, because at the same time, as bad as the game is, if the story was good, that should have at least helped it. So again, I'm really wondering. I'm very interested to see where this goes. At some point I do want to watch the anime, but I feel like the anime had to have made things more digestible, but I have no idea. But we've been going for a while. It is late as fuck for you two. I need to head to bed. I just really wanted to finish Xenosaga 1. I didn't want to leave like the last hour and some change for another stream.
That is fair.
So fucking tomorrow we'll be back with some dot hack. Monday we might be wrapping up Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then we will be back here. Actually, we will not be back here next Saturday. Next Saturday, I'm gonna be having a guest over. It's possible we might have a stream on one of the weekend days, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not expecting it, but my guest said she was down for it. At least one of them, if possible. We'll see where it goes. But next weekend we probably won't be having any streams. But it's time for bed. So I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.